It's 10 o'clock. Let's get started. So we should have, well, we do have a new handout from the retirement system. Is Mr. Kavanaugh? He's talking there. Come on. Yeah. Welcome again. So what we had asked for was a comparison of what's in House Bill 2 to current law, and that's what we now have. So we can go through that.
Simplified chart, hopefully. Did you want me to speak to it, or
Yes,
do you want to ask questions?
Let's ask questions section by section, I think.
Okay.
I do have a question on one of these sections. Okay. So section 1 is,
Section 1 is deals with vesting. Provides that 10 years is vesting. Our law already does. It's not in a definition. It's in the section that for vested deferred retirements under subsection A10, which says if you have 10 years when you terminate service, but not old enough to retire, when you get to that age, you can retire and collect the benefit. And then adds a provision that calculation of earnable compensation in AFC cannot be reduced after 3 years of service. That's a legal and constitutional question we're not going to opine on. But
I get it.
just wanted to point that out.
So, all right, section 2.
Section 2 is earnable compensation. This is a restoration of the changes in 2011 dealing with payments made at the end of career for group 2s. That's primarily unused sick and vacation time. It includes severance pay, cash incentives paid to encourage members to retire, which is more of a school thing, and end of career longevity to the extent that's in CBA. But for group 2s, it's primarily unused sick and vacation time. That was excluded then, and this would restore it to the definition.
Right. So that's mainly used to make your final year much higher? Is that the idea?
That would be the effect of it. If you have a CBA that says you have unused vacation and sick time, and, usually you'll see something like you get 100% of your vacation time and 50% of your sick time based on your current hourly pay rate.
So it
And
doesn't.
then usually there's caps on the hours too, yeah.
So in my mind, there would be two ways to handle it, right? One would be you're paid a lump sum, and that makes your final year much higher. Number two would be it adds to your length of service because, let's say you had 2 months worth of sick time, you could have your length in service be whatever it was plus 2 months. You see what I mean?
If you didn't terminate for 2 months, it took 2 months of sick time.
Yeah.
Or 2 months of vacation and had a later termination date. But if you terminate on a certain date and you have accrued vacation or sick time, we can't give you service credit just because you're getting paid for it. You got to actually be employed to get service time. But so someone could say, I want to retire on January 1st, but I got a month's worth of.
Oh, is that because you wouldn't get a payment for this?
No, we would. We get our contributions, but you can't give someone service credit if they've already terminated employment.
Are you saying when somebody gets a lump sum sick time, you get the 10% or 20% or whatever it is?
Yeah, we get contributions on these.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so
Okay.
if it counts towards your pension calculation, we get contributions,
I see what
whatever
you-
the
gotcha.
source.
Okay, so everybody understand number 2 here? Any other questions? No, okay. All right, number 3.
So number 3, HB2 would do 2 things. One is revert the calculation of AFC, average final compensation, to 3 years. It had been increased to 5 years in 2011. And the other thing it would do is eliminate the current limit on compensation over base, which for group 2s is primarily overtime and special duty, such that if your average comp over base in your high 3 years exceeds the average over your entire career, then we would limit it to the entire career average.
I think it's 5 years, right?
Well, 5 years for Tier B now, but under this, if this law, HB2 is adopted, then it would become 3 years.
But it also says eliminate limit on COB.
Right,
Does that
because-
mean it's no longer compared to the full year career?
For those who take advantage and work until their new vested buy date in order to get the higher benefits proposed under HB2, they would no longer be subject to that rule. It would still be in the statute for those who decided to retire before that date and take the current benefits for whatever reasons they didn't want to wait or continue to work. So again, under this system, you're changing the vested buy date by a year, by year, by year. And so current Tier B members, based on where they were in 2011 in terms of years of service, have to wait until the effective date of the year that encompasses them. Okay?
I see what you're saying. There's a big sliding scale.
Right.
or-
And so for some people, that may mean they have to work 1 or 2 additional years compared to now in order to get this proposed increased benefit.
Right.
And for some people, it's the same date because current law broke it up in ranges, 2 to 3 year ranges. So,
Okay. But still, it's eliminating. Let's say you get to that point. You're eliminating the comparison between the final years and the full career.
correct,
Okay.
which is
That's very
current law for
expensive.
Tier A now.
I understand.
Yeah.
Is that very expensive? Is that a minor? Is that?
Anecdotally, we had one member recently who had a lot of forced overtime, so his overtime was more than his base salary in his last 4 years, and as a result of this rule, we only counted 65% of it due to this rule rather than the full 100%. That's just one anecdotal. It depends on each person's situation.
Well, I guess my point is, when you get to the last page, are you saying, number one, that's $10 million, number two, that's $30 million, number three, that's, like that? Or are you just sort of?
I don't follow that question, I'm sorry.
Well, we asked the actuary for numbers, and on the very last page, it says, the present cost of this bill is $110 million, the next bill is $237 million, and so on, right?
Right,
And those are calculated based on all of these components.
correct. So both the first and second cost columns, with respect to the provisions on average final compensation, they were the same. So, and the actuary would take into account, compared to current law, that this limitation wouldn't apply anymore.
Sure.
I can explain when we get there why the 2023 cost is a lot less than the 2025 cost. It's mentioned in the comments column what the factors are that contribute to that. But both of those calculations take into account proposed changes in the law, which were the same under both versions in 23 and 25, which was reduce the calculation to 3 years, and eliminate the COB rule.
Right. But what I'm asking you is, when you ask the actuary this question and they come up with 237 million or whatever the number is, do they give you a report that says, well, due to this feature, I'm putting 80 million. Due to that feature, it's 20. That feature, it's this.
no.
And then you add it up, and that's how I got 237.
No, because it's all like this.
I see.
Everything's interrelated. We did ask them in a footnote to state the separate cost of eliminating the special duty rule that's discussed later.
Okay.
But typically, no, it's not this cost this, because, this may have effect on something else. It's
Sure.
interrelated. So they just say,
I see.
overall picture, here's the
Right.
bottom line.
I see. So if you did two things together, you'd have one cost, and if you do one separately, you have some other cost. If you do the other one separately, you'd have some other cost. And those two separates don't necessarily add up to
Right,
two
it's
together.
not a la
I see
carte.
what you're saying. Okay, very good. So number three, so does everybody understand? So what they're doing here is changing the average from 5 years currently to 3, and then also right now, there's something about your, what is it? Something, cost over base, calculation over base?
Compensation over
Compensation
base.
over base, right? So you have a base pay, and then you have extras from overtime and special duty and things like that, right?
There are other things, but group twos, it's overtime. and
Overtime
special
is the
duty.
main one. And so right now, if you work heavy overtime only in your final years, that gets limited because you didn't work it over your whole career. They compare the rate over your whole career versus the rate in your final years and take the smaller, right?
Correct.
So this would say, don't bother looking at the whole career, just look at the final years, right?
Which is the way the law was until
Which is the way it
2011.
was way back when. Yes, I agree. Other questions on number 3? Okay, very good. So,
All right, so another limitation that went in 4 was a limitation on extra and special duty. It's high 3 years, but not versus whole career. It's high 3 years versus your last 7 years. And that applied to Tier A, because Tier B had the COB rule that we just discussed. So people who are Tier Bs that'll move essentially into Tier A, if this special duty limit applied, would in fact be subject to that limit instead. But it's only special duty, it's not overtime, and it's high 3 over high 7 versus high 3 over whole career. And when I say whole career, we only go back to 2011 because it wasn't separately reported before, so we have no idea how COB broke out prior to 2011 when the law changed and we started
you started tracking.
having it reported, tracking it. However, the governor's bill, HB 2023, didn't touch that special duty rule, okay? But the governor's bill takes it out. And it takes it out for Tier A and Tier B. So there's a higher cost impact that the actuary, I just got the report yesterday, that the actuary estimates to be $13.9 million increased cost to remove the special duty pay limitation that currently applies just to Tier A, but won't apply to Tier A after the change. If it's adopted, it won't apply to anyone in Tier B who retires after their vested buy date.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sorry, Representative Munn.
thanks. Thank you for coming in again. The 13 million that you referenced, is that the increase in the net present value, or is that an annual
Yes.
amount?
Yes.
So that's 13 million higher than what's on page.
No, not higher because so this number here in the second row, 237.4,
Yeah.
assumes that the rule will be taken out. So if it's left in, this number would be 13 million less than 237.
Okay.
Be 224 and change.
So extra and special duty pay, this is like
Detail.
a police officer working for a concert or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's by definition, when a group 2 provides services to a private third party that then pays the employer for that person's time. And the law specifically says the amount they pay must include NHRS contributions. So that the employer is not paying contributions. You're not just getting the hourly rate because there's overhead. You got the cost for the member who's performing the services. They have a cost factor for using the cruiser, cost factor for NHRS contributions. That's the total rate you charge the phone company to go around while they're changing poles and make sure they're safe.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of whether people work more of this or more of overtime, or is it very different people do, some people do this one?
It differs. In corrections, it's overtime. They don't have special duty because there aren't private prisons to go do work for. For police officers, I can't tell you which is more, whether overtime is more prevalent. I think that's going to depend town to town, whether they're understaffed, therefore there's more overtime, time to time, year to year, those factors. Special duty, the demand is by outside third parties saying, I need you. So that's a
So it's
different factor.
probably primarily for police officers.
But yeah, special duty is only for police. And
I mean,
well, it
firefighters.
applies to fire. You know, fire might go to the county fair for safety reasons. That'll be special duty. But most special duty is police officers.
Great.
And
Representative Mutz.
group one, no special duty.
I understand.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I got two questions, one for Mr. Kavanaugh, and one for Jack. The question for you, the change that's reflected in HB2, does that take the legislation, the law back to where it was prior to 2012?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the same exact same.
I want to say
provisions.
exact, there might be some minor differences. They're
Okay.
not financially material.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, Jack, I think we confirmed with the governor that this was in fact what she envisioned in HB2?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, very good. Number 5.
Number 5. So this is normal retirement age. Currently, for Tier Bs, it runs between 46 and 49, depending on how many years of service you had on 1/1/12. Less service you had, the higher the age. And that's broken up into 4 or 5 tranches. And the years of service as well. Years of service are less impacted by this proposal. In effect, this proposal may result in some members having to work longer to get to their vested buy date. So under the current law, if you're age 46, it was for someone who had 8 or 9 years of service on 1/1/12. Well, if you have 8, but they have the same vested buy date under the new law. So one of them, the age is going to be the same as it is now. For another one, it's going to be a year higher, and they have to work longer. So it's going to be, each person's situation is going to be a little bit different. Some may have to work longer, some may have the same age. But there's, I want to say an ambiguity, but the statute does not expressly prohibit 2 things. One is existing Tier B members who have already retired could come back to work and work until their vested buy date and qualify for the higher benefits. And the plain language of the law, if someone came in and said, I want this, we don't think we have a legal basis to say that's not what the law says. It's just, it doesn't address it one way or the other.
You mean today?
No, under the proposed
Oh, I see.
change.
Okay.
Okay, and the second part is for Tier B members who are still working, it doesn't say that you have to work up to a full service retirement. That person could stop working as vested deferred, wait 3-4 years till their vested buy date occurred, and then retire and get the higher benefits.
I see what you're saying.
So by comparison, under HB 1647, when they said you get 2.5% after 15 years, only if you work to your full service retirement date.
I see what you're saying.
So vested deferreds couldn't say, oh, I'm just going to stop working. I'm going to wait till the law changes for me. Then I'm going to apply to retire
Right,
and get
right,
the
right.
higher benefits. So, and if that's not the intent, and I
understand.
I'll
Can
let Jack
you-
speak to that.
I don't want you to search through House Bill 2 right now, but can you let us know kind of where that spot is? No.
It's not there. That's the problem.
Well, where it was or something, no?
Under current law, it's in RSA 100A5, Roman numeral 2, little d in parentheses. That's where the chart is that shows 46 to 49. And then there's some flush language right under it that explains the
has to be
2.5% after
continuous.
15 years, and you must work to a service retirement.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's
Jack
not
wanted to-
separately delineated by
understand.
a number, it's in the flesh language under the chart.
Jack, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, it wasn't the governor's intent to let them unretire and then re-retire and get the.
Yes, we heard back from the governor's office.
So
and they
we would
said
request-
That was inadvertent.
We would
yeah.
request that the language be tweaked to make it clear that that can't be done.
I understand. And maybe it'd be better to make it explicit rather than a,
Well, if
you
it's not
know.
explicit, I don't know, and it goes to the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court's gonna say, I get what you're saying, New Hampshire retirement system, but
Right.
it doesn't say that in the law.
yeah. Representative Munns and then Representative Rund.
Thank you. Any idea what the cost implications of this ability to
No.
retire and then unretire?
Impossible to predict behavior in that regard. The actuary said, of course, no historical data
Okay.
in that regard.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Representative Rund.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Kavanaugh, just to get some clarity on that, if, let's say there's a police officer that retires and for whatever years terms, I mean, he is retired, he's getting benefits. And then a few years later, he decides to go back to work part-time or full-time or for a different organization. Maybe he's working for a local police department and then goes to work for the Department of Corrections or the county sheriff. There's no benefit to him or her by doing that from a retirement benefits perspective.
Well, not no benefit because you can have additional service and maybe higher pay. And when he retires, his benefit would be recalculated based on his entire career and it's likely to be higher. But if the bill says you can't re-retire and avail yourselves of these increased benefit, when you re-retire, it'll be based on the formulas that were in effect the first time you retired. And this raises kind of a policy conundrum. On the one hand, you may want to have provisions that prevent people who are incentivized to that strategy and come back to work for a few months just to get past their date versus the person who legitimately got a new job offer. I'm a retired police officer. I've been retired for 4 or 5 years. A job at safety opens up that's very attractive. And I've been asked to fill that position. They're not motivated by getting an increased benefit.
Okay.
But
So in that circumstance.
It's hard to discern.
Sure, but in your second example, somebody is retired for a while, they come back, they start working, right? While they're working, now they're paying in, they're not collecting their pension, assuming they're working full-time,
Yes.
correctly? But when they now retire again, right, it's under the terms from before, but their length of service has increased, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And their AFC may be higher because most people who
Sure.
do that are coming back because it's a better paying job.
Okay, but it's not necessarily today's terms, it's whatever it was when they retired. is that
Right.
what you're
It's
saying?
it would be the same multiplier and the same COB rule based on your new length of service and average and pay at the
Gotcha.
time.
Okay, very good. Yes, Representative Ryan.
And would that encompass if they return to work part-time?
No, it only part-time employment does not qualify you for membership. So, a retired person can come back and work part-time.
Okay,
And
they don't
collect their
contribute
pension.
to the retirement system.
They do not. They're limited in the amount of annual hours they can work part-time.
Okay. Is that from the
1,352 hours a year.
Okay.
That's a separate law.
Okay,
Yeah,
But so you have a gap between 1,352 and whatever full-time is, which is generally 2,040, 40 times 50, 40-hour weeks
well,
for
it's,
the
isn't
average.
it 37 and a half?
For state employees,
Yeah.
40 for municipal police.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
5 8-hour shifts is most municipal police are 40. Most municipal firefighters are 42 to 44 based on 2 days off, on 3 days off type of schedule. State employees is 37 and a half. Yeah.
Gotcha.
okay, thank you.
All right. I always heard it was 32 hours a week. Is that right? Or is
The
that different?
original limitation from 2016 imposed a limit of 32 hours a week, reported to us quarterly. And then in 2018, that law was changed effective 1/1/19, partially at our request and the employer's request. Why do we have to keep track every week? And if a person goes over 1 week, so they changed it. That superimposed another complicated set of rules, and the quarterly reporting was administratively
So we just changed it
onerous.
to hours
So we said,
a
let's
year.
go to annual
I see.
and report once a year and count the annual numbers. And then a person, for instance, would be free to work seasonally for more hours and then take the winter off and work at Forest or plow in the winter and go to Florida in the summer, as long as they're annual
Yeah, if
numbers.
you're a park ranger or
And,
something.
yeah,
that
and you
way.
weren't counting every single week.
Sure. Yes, Representative Ron.
And then a follow-up to that, so someone that chooses to work part-time or seasonally, as long as they stay under that hourly per year limit, that hour per year limit, they still collect the retirement benefits?
Yes.
Okay.
You're restored to service and your pension stops if you take a full-time position that requires enrollment.
Yeah. And you stop paying in also, right? So, yeah. Okay, let's go to number 6. Or is this the one we're on?
Number 6. This is just an explanation of how the benefit multiplier under current law is 2.1 to 2.5 based on your years of service on 1/1/12 and 2.5% for service in excess of 15 years if you work up to your full age and service requirements. Okay. Members terminating prior to attaining age and service, i.e. vested deferreds, don't get the extra multiplier after 15 years. The proposed changes under HB2 would provide for a 2.5 multiplier for all years of service if the person waited until their applicable vested date, and those before would get the current would not get the benefit of the would be eligible for current benefits,
I see.
which would be 2.1 to 2.4. And when I say in the comment section, same comments as row 5, this again has the same issue about re-retiring or going vested
Oh,
deferred
I see.
and waiting. So I just didn't want to
I
repeat
understand.
myself, but the same principle applies to
Gotcha.
to this particular aspect of the benefit calculation.
Okay. Great. Maximum benefit.
Okay, so under current law, we have a maximum benefit that's broken out to 2 tranches based on when the member commenced service. So if you commence prior to 7/1/09, you're limited to 100% of your highest year of earnable compensation, no dollar limit. If you were commenced service after that, you're limited to 85% of average final compensation or $120,000. Okay, whichever's less.
So one is based on final, is that what you said? Or highest?
Well-
Highest. Yeah.
Well, for people before '09, it's highest year,
Right.
whereas for people after, it's average final compensation, which is the average of your highest 3 years.
Right. So,
So,
or 5.
so that limit, the limit for people after '09 is more restrictive because it's 85% of AFC versus 100% of highest year. Plus, there's a dollar limit if you hit that. And the dollar limit comes into effect more often than the 85% of AFC limit. Because you've got to have a lot of years of service to get to 85% of AFC.
I see.
Well, for group
Oh,
twos,
because
for
you
group
divide
twos,
that by 2.5.
well, for a group 2 who works to full, 45 and 20 gets a 50% benefit. So
Yes.
your benefit's 50% of AFC. So you've
That's
got to work
nothing.
that many more to get the other 35.
Yes.
But if you've got a high pay,
Yes.
you're more likely to bump up against
So
the
it's the hun-
120
I gotcha.
than you are the 85%. So what HB2 proposed in 2023 was to have the same breakdown, but it pushed the cutoff date back in time to '01. And so now you had fewer people who were subject to the, I mean, more people would be subject to the more limited maximum benefit that currently applies to people after '09. Now it's going to apply to people after '01. That was what HB 23 in 2023 proposed. So this actually saved money because more people would be subject to the maximum benefit. And I'm not sure what the intent was, but perhaps this was a way to mitigate the cost of the other
I believe that's true.
changes.
Yes.
Okay. HB2 this year doesn't propose changing the maximum benefit, so we're back, current law would still apply, and therefore, as compared to 2023, HB2 in 2025 costs more because those savings are not there
Gotcha.
because of that. And the other thing under 2023, there would have been an escalator of 1.5% a year on the 120. But in balance, 2025 is greater as compared to 2023 because it doesn't change the maximum benefit and those savings aren't there.
Oh, so House Bill 2 doesn't have this 1.5%?
Yeah, it doesn't move the date. So moving the date, there were three changes. One was it moved the date
Right.
from '09 to '01. It increased 120 to 125, and it instituted a 1.5% escalator on the 125. Current bill, HB2 2025, doesn't touch the maximum benefit at all. So the rules in column 1 under current law would apply.
Okay.
So we get to the cost table. So for 2023, and we were asked to include this for comparison purposes, 2023 was very similar to HB 727 that was introduced in January and for which our actuary did a full actuarial valuation. So we asked them to take those numbers and extrapolate what the present value cost would be that was neutral on the unfunded, because the actual valuation took into account the 27.5 million for 10 years. So as I think I've said before, would have reduced the unfunded by 98 million. We said, give us a number that would keep unfunded untouched, no higher, no lower. And that's where the 110,300,000 comes from. Okay. And in the next column, instead, and they said, well, instead of 27.5 million, that would be 14.6 million over 10 years to pay that. Plus, there would be an impact on contribution rates that they said really couldn't be calculated based on this version, because you need a full valuation to really show the impact. But I just wanted, I can't put a dollar on it, but there would be increases in contribution rates. I don't think they'd be super substantial, but there would be. So in HB 2 2025, you got that same present value cost, and both of these numbers are assuming no funding. So so they're a baseline number. Okay, so the more that's appropriated, I guess the way to say is these are the present value costs. You can pay me now with an appropriation, you can pay me over 10 years, but but that's how it's paid for. This is the cost. So so the 237.4, you're saying, why is that so much higher than it was in 2023? Well, it's for the factors we discussed. The special duty rule, maximum benefit rule, plus we've had an intervening actuarial study. Census data has changed. There are more people in there are more people in, let me think, no, that's incorrect. Check me on that. So it's the changes in the benefit in the intervening actuarial study that causes this number to be substantially higher than the bill in 2023 for comparison purposes. The bill for 2023, those numbers are the same as what 727 from this year would have cost.
All right, Representative Munns.
So I guess where I was going with this is based on what you said, that, you know, the actuarial assumptions used for the calculation for HB2 of 2025 is different than HB2 for 2023.
Correct.
So we really can't say that the difference is 127,000, because if you redid 2023, it would be something higher. Correct? Using the demographic makeup that we have now.
Yes. If you were apply current actuarial assumptions to that number,
Okay.
it might be higher.
But then you also said that the cost, the 110
Oh, no,
is also reflective of
Let me-
HB
Let
727.
me correct myself. Since this was based on the evaluation we did for HB 727 in
Okay.
January, it does take into account
Okay.
the intervening,
Okay.
some of the intervening actuarial costs.
Okay.
So, so that's what accounts for that. And then in the third column, you can see what the 10-year annual funding would be.
So follow up.
Representative Munns.
So the comment that in the comment section, that last comment, and the intervening actuarial study is really not relevant. Correct? I mean, the only difference between the two is the change in maximum benefit and eliminating the ESDP.
I'd have to ask the actuary. I don't have that answer off the top of my head.
So
But
all-
I hear what you're saying. I understand your question.
All of this is kind of leading, if that's the case, and if earlier you mentioned that the including the extra duty pay accounts for about 13 million, that would suggest that the maximum benefit, eliminating the maximum benefit, or going back to the way it was done, that would account for about $100 million of the extra cost.
That sounds too much. That's why I need to
Sounds
ask
very
the
high.
actuary.
So
to clarify.
So I'm trying to
I
understand.
just got this report yesterday.
I'm trying to reconcile the two numbers and
hear what you're
understand what's
saying.
driving it, because
Right.
I'm missing something.
Right. And I apologize, but I don't have that answer right now. I just saw the actuary report yesterday.
Representative Munns.
And I may be grasping for straws here, but is it possible that the 237 still includes the 98 million in reduction to the unfunded liability?
No, yes. Yes, it might. Again, I have to ask the actuary whether he may not have taken this number back to a neutral number. So in that case,
Yeah.
it may be 98
Okay.
million less.
So thank you very much. We're out of time for this segment. If you guys have a little more time, yesterday Division 2 had a question related to retirement. So if you could go down the hall and knock on their door and
Sure.
see if they would like to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, that'd be great. And we really appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
You've proposed a change to limit people coming back off retirement. I'd like to explain the practical effect of that.
And I'm sorry, Steve, we don't have time at this time. So we'll talk more about this next week. Okay, probably on Tuesday. All right. Let's go to Military Affairs and Veteran Services. Thank you.
Oh, this is my letter, yeah, okay. Thank you. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. My name is Nicole Desolé Bixler. I'm the Deputy Adjutant General for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. And with me today, I have Judy Chen. She is my Chief Financial Officer. So you were asking about the fees that we have for our non-veterans. So we charge a fee of $350 per non-veteran, and this fee has been set since the cemetery opened. The first brochure was from 1998. Not all the, we did a little bit of research, not all states charge a fee for dependent burials. In other states, we have seen the number to be 0 and up to 978, which is the current rate for our what we get reimbursed from the federal government for a veteran burial. So most of the states are on the lower side, near 350 rate. So what I did was I emailed, Tag is in, the Adjutant General right now is in Africa on our state partnership program trip to Cabo Verde. But he suggested $450 that we increase that rate to $450. So that would be a $100 increase. The average over the last 3 years of burials for non-veterans was about 370. So that would be an increase of revenue of 37,000. I also wanted to point to, you had questions about regulations and rulemaking and how that would apply for our department. We are not, our military department is not subject to any rulemaking requirements. We are exempt from that. However, we do have to go through GNC for a change in our fee structure. So that will have to be done. Currently, just for your own information, we received a $5.3 million, it's not a grant, is it? It's a grant from the VA to expand our cemetery. So we currently have 54 acres that are developed of our 104 acres. And this expansion is for an additional 7 acres that's the top priority right now for the veteran. That will give us 4,225 cremain grave sites and 3,280 columbarium niches. So currently we have, like I said, 54 acres developed out of the 104, and we have 6 phases of expansion planned for future. We're also looking at outside of our 104 acres for future expansion as well, but we haven't gotten there yet. So subject to your questions.
So how many burial sites will you have for the,
How many total burial
I
sites?
mean, are you doing about 1,000 a year or something
Yes,
like
we
that?
do about 1,000. It's 1,130 burials per year. And out of that, about 30% of our burials per year are non-veteran.
I see, okay. And do you know, non-veteran, do you know what this kind of cost is in some other cemeteries or no?
You mean for non-veteran burials?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, that's what
if
we
I walk
did.
down the street and get buried,
Right. Well, I mean, they vary from state to state. Oh, you mean at any other location at any?
In my
that I
town has a cemetery, right?
don't-
You know, so-
Right. That I'm sorry, I don't have that
Okay.
answer.
Gotcha. But some people
It's
are
a lot
paying-
more, I'm sure.
Some people are paying $1,000, right? So, but I guess, yeah,
Oh, to get buried in a regular town cemetery?
no, here, on your paper here.
Oh, right. Oh, for, if they're a non-resident reserve, yes, they're paying. If you're a non-resident, you do pay. But we don't have that many of those per year. I mean, you can see what our expenses were or what our revenue was for, let's see.
All right.
But you're right, we do have 1,000, we do charge $1,000 for non-residents, correct?
All right.
Is that non-resident New Hampshire or
Non-residents of New Hampshire, correct. If they want to be buried at the New Hampshire Veterans Cemetery.
Next to their father or something. Yeah,
Right, correctly, correct.
Something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Representative Rowe.
Yeah. So how do you define eligible dependents? And that's a federal definition?
It is a federal definition. It's on the website. I didn't bring that in, but I think it's Title 38 that delineates what an eligible veteran is. Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm considered the eligible dependents.
Oh, eligible dependents. So that's going to be either a spouse or a dependent child. There's an age limit. It's 21 or 23 if the child died while attending university, then the age goes up to 23.
Oh, okay.
So if you're a child and you're like 40 years old, is that what you're asking? And I want to be buried next to my father, you would have to be a veteran yourself.
Okay, if you're over 23.
Correct. You would have to be a veteran.
Oh, okay. So
Or
how many-
or if you are disabled before that age. So a child who is mentally or physically disabled before the age of 21 is still considered a dependent. So even if they pass away at 50.
they'd still be.
Correct.
And is that consistent for all veteran cemeteries throughout the country?
I believe it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I guess we can accept your suggestion of changing these two $350 fees to $450. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. That would be for eligible dependents and select a reserve dependents that are New Hampshire residents. Those two categories.
And what about the numbers lower in the page there?
For disinterment relocation fees, we haven't considered doing those, but I can speak to TAG about that if you'd like me to.
Are these very minor?
They are minor. It's not, we don't do a lot of those either.
Gotcha. All right.
Correct.
So why don't we just say the $450 and leave it at that? How's that? Make sense?
Yeah.
Yes?
And sir, we would like to
Okay.
start that in state fiscal year 27 to give us time to go through GNC and make those changes.
Oh, okay. How about the calendar year? 26.
The calendar year. Yeah, I suppose is that how this goes, by calendar year or?
No, I'm just asking.
Okay, calendar year 26.
It's 6 months sooner. That's
Okay. Yes, sir.
that's how.
So calendar
that's how
year
desperate
20.
I am.
Okay,
so-
calendar year 26.
Okay. very
Yes,
good.
sir.
Yes, Representative Ryan.
I guess I have some basic questions about this. So the monies that you collect for these fees, do they go into the general fund and then you're budgeted through the general fund, or are they into a special targeted fund?
So to answer that question, so we have an account unit 2260 for veteran cemetery.
Okay.
And inside the account, we have 3 categories. So one is the veteran revenue, so we receive from the VA. Another one is there's a 350 we receive from sports and the dependent, and also the general funds. So when we do the budgets, we trying to, according to the governor's target for the general funds, and we try to project how many burial revenue we receive. It is a really difficult projection, but we try to project as much as possible. Then after that revenue, overall the total does go to the general funds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Everybody know what we're gonna move to approve? No. Yeah, so we're gonna, the two top fees on this page, one for eligible dependents and one for selected reserve dependent, will be increased from $350 to $450. Okay? All right. All those in favor? Yes?
Need a motion and
Oh.
a second, or
Yeah, I'll move it and
I'll second it.
Representative Campbell will second it. All right, all in favor? Huh? Representative Run,
Well,
want more discussion?
I just feel like I need to study this a little bit more before I vote. I mean, if you want to vote now, I'm going to have to vote against. I don't feel like I'm educated enough.
Okay.
on it.
Yeah, we kind of have to keep going here, so. Shall we just vote? All right. All those in favor? Yes. All right, opposed? One. Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have here agriculture.
So 6 to
I saw the commissioner for a moment.
Apologize. I inadvertently left my phone on my.
You got a call. Okay. So you got 5 different fees on your list here.
Yes.
Hmm. All right, go ahead, Commissioner. Pet vending.
Yes, so, this is just the transfer fee. You know, conservatively, it would start, if you approve it, probably halfway through the year. I think we could probably do better than that. We would have to go through rulemaking, and we have language to allow that to happen. And we're already working on getting the rules drafted in anticipation of this going forward so that we won't waste any time. We'll move forward with it as quickly as possible if that's amenable to the House.
Okay.
Pesticide registration.
So just to,
sure.
So this will make this activity more or less self-funding? Is that
It'll.
not quite, but
Yeah, and I think we're probably being conservative on the number of transfers, but, you know, again, we don't want to overestimate, so we don't have a full year of records yet because we really just went live on January 6th or 7th. So we really only have a few months of hard data, and
Mr. Chair.
there is.
Representative Munt.
You know, as someone who's approaching a certain age, I can't remember transfers. What is
So
What is that?
when a pet vendor, this isn't, if you're, you know, you're just selling one litter out there, this is for people who, they're in the business, even if they're less than 30 animals a year. If this is what they do and they're transferring animals, they need to get a certificate of health, essentially saying that the animal doesn't have any disease, is good to be transferred from one owner to another. So this is a one-time fee that the veterinarian who examines the animal would add to their fee and would pay to the state on a monthly basis.
Another,
Representative Rung.
why $5 if that doesn't cover the entire costs? Why not increase it so that it becomes revenue neutral?
Well, we're trying to pick a reasonable point, but certainly we don't have any problem with $6, whatever the pleasure of the House is. We didn't want to be too aggressive coming in with a brand new suggested fee, but certainly.
Are these mostly purebred type things where people
Yeah,
pay
these are
hundreds of dollars for or thousands of
thousands of dollars in many cases. Of course, it applies to cats and ferrets as well. But again, on any animal, I mean, $5 or $6, most people are spending that much to feed them on a week,
Sure, sure.
if not more. So
Okay.
we feel it's reasonable, but
Do you want
You-
$6? Is that-
You could certainly pick $6 and,
What would make it neutral?
I think that seems about right, yeah. Well, it's just, he's saying 5 produces 275 and they're spending 350.
right.
So you want another 75, that's 6 or 7.
Yeah.
One of those kind of numbers. So.
Yeah.
$7, okay.
I would go up to 10.
No,
So would I.
single digits are better.
Yeah.
$7,
$9.99.
do I hear something? All right. Representative.
We have a bidding war.
Griffin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. My question is, would this fee apply to like the nonprofit animal shelters and things?
They really, yes, it would, and they are in the business of doing this. You know, this is, my understanding is that it would, anybody who is licensed, and the shelters are licensed to transfer. So, I mean, it would go along with our estimate. So, I don't have the state vet here to answer it definitively. We can certainly get back to you on that, but I believe that it does apply to anyone who we inspect and are required to get a certificate for transfer. And I know that the rescues do, and I believe that the other nonprofits do as well.
Okay. Any more angst? Okay, 7. Let's go to the next one.
All right.
Pesticide.
Yes, this is a fee that has not gone up. Giving you the chart, it puts us right about in the right location, and we've actually, in anticipation of, well, we don't actually need your approval on this. We have begun the rulemaking process this morning. It went in there, and I know there was a question about whether it would be helpful or possible to put it in law to say not less than. That would certainly help us with administrative rules, even though we may get there before the budget, but at least if we can say it's in House Bill 2, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. And why is some of this other revenue?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by some of?
So I'm looking at the chart that says general fund and other revenue.
Oh,
So,
pesticide.
so 2/3 are general, 1/3.
Yeah, that
is
is the law. It's the split right now as to where the money goes. And we have made a real effort to try to balance that out. You'll see that all of our people in pesticides are now paid out of the fund. And we could go further if we had more money. I think that's one of the funds that may be decreasing slightly. I've been saying this isn't sustainable forever. This would certainly make it sustainable forever, I think. I shouldn't say forever,
For a while.
for the foreseeable future.
Okay, yeah.
But we're trying to make these programs pay for themselves without taking anything from the general fund.
Okay, great. Are we okay with this one? Yeah. Okay, next one.
Next one is regulatory services, and their number of product registrations, primarily pet food registration is the big one, any animal feed, and this moves it up to put us again in a more competitive, if you will, position.
Okay.
This one also has a split.
So is pet food cheaper in New Hampshire than other places?
It's like, it's a product that's $75 registration, and I think we're going to suggesting going to 90 here. Doesn't really have an impact on the particular
Tons
can.
worth of.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, I see.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is-
fine. Okay. Any questions on that one? Nope, we're okay. Next one, weights and measure.
Representative McGuire, can I pause a
Yes,
minute?
go ahead.
Commissioner Jasper, is that one in rule or is that one
No,
in
that one,
statute?
regulatory is in statute. The only one that's here that is in rule is the pesticide.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
we just felt because it was, significant, we should at least show it to you.
So why
So
don't,
we'll prepare a,
yeah, prepare
HB2
something to
amendment.
make it in
yes.
statute, yeah. Okay. Next,
Is
weights and measures.
weights and measures, and that is, again, just an update to.
25 years old.
Yeah, to what we're doing. It's really
Okay.
been, and this was the one I told you, I think at one point, it was in rule. We raised it in like 2010, And the legislature came back, put it in statute, and brought it back to the the very old rate. And the registered service agencies is new, and that is where right now we license the individuals who work for these registered service agencies, but we don't have any real control over them. And it just came to my attention yesterday, as a matter of fact, that we found Service Tech, since left that company, who had actually licensed two scales that say not for use in trade. We need to be able to go back and make the registered agent, service agency, responsible for the work that their people do. This gives us the ability to do that. So it's not a lot of money, but it's an important part of.
So tell me more of the detail. What are you going to charge? And how many people?
I've got too much paper in front of me. It's like, I want to say a $75 fee, but that may be wrong.
Okay.
Can't.
But it causes you to visit them or something?
Well,
like
it causes us to at least then have a relationship directly with them. We don't currently have that relationship.
that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not finding my weights and measures paperwork, but it was not a big fee.
Gotcha.
This is the problem, too much paperwork, and I don't have to tell you about it, do I?
Okay.
You know, I'm sorry.
So the bulk of this is
Yeah, it's,
grocery stores or gas stations?
no,
and
this
things like that?
is actual companies that do repairs to scales.
Oh,
And so
okay.
as part of that, we used to go out and have the personnel to actually, we did the licensing and testing of every scale. And I think in 2010 or something, our staff was reduced and we came up with this, or someone came up with the idea, certainly not me, to actually have the people who were doing the repairs also test them. I'm not a big fan of it because it's sort of like the fox watching the hen house, and we are finding that. And that's why our intent is to get out there and for us to personally look at every device every 5 years. That's how we're finding things like what I just told you about.
I see.
And all we can do is go to the
Yeah.
employee instead of being able to say, hey, you're responsible.
Yeah, I mean, you can do an audit type thing where
That's
you
what-
randomly go. here,
Right,
there,
that's
right?
what we're
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
right now that we're fully staffed in that division.
Okay, good. Yes, Representative Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question on this. So the proposal is to raise the fee on registered service agencies who we contract with to provide service technicians that we license to inspect and certify weighing and measuring devices. Why wouldn't we just raise the licensing fee?
Well, the licensing fee is on the device. It's not on the agent. So this is a device, and I think within the device licensing, we are looking at different categories, going from 24 to 35 to 36 to 50, 72 to 100, 120 to 165, et cetera, et cetera. And then, where is this?
Because I'm
Okay.
reading, these are the businesses that employ the service technicians we license who inspect.
Well, we
and-
don't technically, we don't charge them a licensing fee. We test them. They are our agents, but they don't pay us a fee to do that. They collect the money for us on the devices. So
Okay, so this sentence really isn't accurate then.
perhaps not, no.
Okay.
So there are, so on your question of the 18,750, that's 75 registered service agencies. So if you divide that by the 18,750, that's the fee.
Okay.
Further questions? No? All right, last one.
I'm
Oh,
sorry, I
yes,
had
go
one more. How do these fees, these proposed fees, compare to those of neighboring states?
They compare favorably. It puts us not the highest, not the lowest. I think there was I thought we had provided you with that when we came in on our budget presentation, and I can't keep track of all of it. I'm sorry.
And, oh, is this it? Or no? Yeah, I guess this is it, yeah. All right, so overall, we would be voting to increase general funds, looks like close to 3 million for the biennium. Okay. Are we happy? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, well, with the $7, yeah.
Yeah, it's more.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's more. It might get there to 3 million, but anyway.
I
We'll have to do some
make a motion to accept the recommended increases in fees.
Okay,
Sure, I'll second
okay. So, with the $7, right?
With the editing of the veteran transfer fees to go from $5 to $7.
Okay. All right, so Representative Cambrils moves and Representative Ebel seconds to accept the agriculture's proposal with the $7 animal transfer fee. All those in favor? Okay, looks unanimous. Okay,
And
Thank you.
if I could just brief you on a Senate bill that will be coming your way.
absolutely.
It's relative to licensing of the electric charging stations. That has passed through the Senate on consent. And to start up the cost, I'm suggesting that we take the first 2 years, the total cost, personnel, equipment, and everything from our pesticides fund. And while I really don't want to do this, I'm suggesting that all the revenues that come in the first 2 years will go to the general fund, not back to the fund, not back to the pesticide fund. I think we can sustain that. After that, I would be asking for it to be generally funded positions and expenses, but at that time, we will have a history, at least of a full year. I don't expect we will be collecting any money until at least probably very late in FY '26, because it's going to take a while to actually get the equipment. There's quite a backlog. There's only one company that we're confident in that is making the equipment. So that will be coming
All right, we'll
forward.
look forward to that fiscal
Yes.
note. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
All right, thank
Okay,
you.
next, we have environmental services. Yeah, and they get a whole half hour.
You guys are so special.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if you're ready for us, we were just handed the LBA's summary, basically for all the people you're talking to this morning.
Yes,
So unfortunately, our chart that we had given out was not as clear perhaps as it should have been. And many of the costs that are spread out over the 2 years are actually, what we meant is, for instance, for voter registration fee, we suggested $330,000. Wrong one, I'm sorry. Hazardous waste generation fee, we suggested $334,000 over the whole biennium, and we wrote in the margin.
oh, I see.
So many of those are doubled, unfortunately, for your exercise. So I think you're like $3 million beyond what we had done. So
Darn.
The Assistant Commissioner Crapo can actually give you, hopefully, he was feverishly working with his calculator on his cell phone. He can fill in the right numbers if you like.
I see. Well, fortunately, agriculture has you covered. So. Yeah, it's 3 million. Okay. Anyways, go ahead.
So,
Solid waste surcharge. Okay, so this one we've already talked about. Yeah.
so that one is correct.
I was going to go on the big one. No?
The big one?
That one's correct. We initially said it would only offset in FY '27. After some conversations with Representative Ebel in the committee, we all decided that we could make it so that at least one quarter would make it into that
That's right.
offset. So that's correct.
Oh, so you're saying the 725 is right?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And the effective date is January 1st?
I believe it's January 1st, 2026. Yes, in the bill. Yep.
Okay.
And so is all the language ready or not quite yet?
I believe Representative Ebel has an amendment that has the language that
okay.
we provided to her.
All right. So, Melissa, are we doing this now or later? Or all those one
You
big
guys
thing?
already have the amendment. I have copies of it again if you need it, but we talked about it. Yes, I lost track of days. Monday, thank you. We talked about it on Monday. But if you want to vote on that amendment, we can do that.
Yeah.
Or you can do them all in one HB2 amendment, all the.
Well, this is kind of a big one because this is new, right? All these others are existing. So does anybody want to discuss this any further? So what we're doing here is putting a fee on tipping of solid waste into landfills and of $3.50 a ton, but we're going to pay back the municipalities for their fees. So effectively, we're going to be charging businesses and out-of-state, both in-state and out-of-state businesses for doing this. And I suppose out-of-state municipalities,
Yeah.
were there any of those,
Well,
right?
that,
Representative
I
Ebel.
mean, actually, a lot of what comes in from out of state is out of state municipalities.
Okay,
Right. And this would take pretty much the Solid Waste Bureau off of general funds entirely. That's the intent.
yeah. So to make the Solid Waste Bureau self-funded.
Yeah, self-funded like other sections of DES are now, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Representative Griffin, did you? No?
Yes, me.
Oh, Representative Cambrils, yeah.
I just want to be clear, thank you, Mr. Chair, that the out-of-state municipalities will be reimbursed?
No.
Or only
No.
the in-state, only the in-state?
Only the in-state
Great,
municipalities.
thank you.
Representative Griffin.
Yeah, I'd like to have an idea of how many people it's gonna take to collect all these fees and then figure out what the municipalities have paid and what we pay back to them. How big a staff is that gonna take?
Thank you, Representative Griffin. For the record, Mike Wimsat, the Director of the Waste Division for New Hampshire DES. We believe that one position would be able to administer this program. The beauty of it, the simplicity of it, is that the collection of the fees comes from just 6 facilities, or 7 facilities right now that are disposal facilities here in the state. And so we already collect much of the information that would be needed for them to report to us what they owed. So that is not particularly complicated. The probably the larger lift, which you appointed, which you made reference to, is making reimbursements to these municipalities. And actually, we would be setting up a system where basically they would that reimbursement would happen annually, and they would be submitting a report to us, essentially just reporting how much waste they were responsible for paying for the disposal of during that year. And municipalities keep those records pretty well, so we believe that that'll be not too big a lift for them. Just for us, it'll mean we'll have to administer reimbursements to somewhere on the order of 200 municipalities. So that's probably the biggest, but we believe that one
So
position
you're
could
not
accomplish
asking the
this.
landfill to keep track of town of this, town of that kind of thing,
That's
right?
correct.
I see.
All the landfill needs to know is how much waste did they receive,
Gotcha.
and they pay based on that. And then the municipalities just need to know what they paid for disposal.
Right. Representative Munn.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for being back with us. I hope I'm not getting too much in the weeds here, but are there what if another governmental entity, such as a school district, is sending waste? Would they be reimbursed?
Well, I think, it would depend on the definition. A municipality has a somewhat broad definition. So, for example, counties would be included.
Okay.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure whether a school district is included in the definition of a municipal government or not. So I don't know the answer to that. But that's something we would sort out in the rulemaking process for sure.
Okay.
Other questions? Representative Rung, then Representative Ebel.
I'd prefer if we took a separate vote, since this is its own amendment,
Yes, that's
Right,
what we're
is that
doing.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I need more caffeine.
Representative Evil.
No, I was just gonna, I mean, Director Wimsatt already explained it, but there are many reporting requirements already for municipalities and businesses. That's how we keep track of the tonnage, so this would just be one more. Basically.
It is our understanding that municipalities largely collect and segregate this data already for the other reporting requirements that you alluded to. So we don't think that'll be a big lift.
And now they'll have a real incentive to do so.
Absolutely.
Okay, Representative Rung.
May I make a motion, Mr. Chair, to accept Amendment 2025-0954H?
Sure. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
All right. Moved by Representative Rung to accept House Bill 2 Amendment 954 and seconded by Representative Ebel. Any further discussion? Representative Sweeney.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I'll be in the minority on this one. I struggle with a new fee. I think the conversations that we're having about adjusting existing fees to meet costs, I'm on board with. I just struggle with establishing a new fee without having industry partners in here and to discuss how it might impact them. So I'll vote against the motion, but the overall, the adjusting existing fees,
Yeah.
I'm in support of.
Yeah, I would be kind of with you too, but I really like the idea of things being self-contained. So anyway, all right, other discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? We got 1, 2, 6, I guess, and opposed, 2. Okay, thank you. All right, next. Now we have a bunch of existing fees that you'd like to change here. Okay. Dam registration and permitting. Yes,
Can you come to the speaker's office at noon?
sure.
Okay. Hear that?
Okay. Anyways, sorry. Dam registration and permitting.
So again, so this is, first of all, as I started off with, this is one of the fees that in our column, we put both fiscal years, meaning this is the total amount for the biennium, just to be, I'll start with that, to disappoint you. But yes, this would raise fees for, the registration, effectively, we go from 400 to 800 for low hazard, for significant hazard dams, 750 to 1,500, and the high hazard dams, we go from 1,500 to 3,000. And this would allow us to move positions off the general fund for our dam safety program. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add.
All right. Representative Griffin?
Yes, I'd like to ask how often these fees would be. Is the dam inspection every year or every 5 years? Or how often would these fees be imposed?
The filing fee, or it's an annual registration. It's an annual registration.
Yeah. Representative Miles?
So the annual impact would be 650,000.
Yes, roughly. These are round numbers, but roughly, yeah.
And what do dam owners get for this service?
Randy, you want to come up?
Do you want to come up and spread? Program?
Good morning. For the record, Rainey Pelletier, Director of the Water Division. What happens is these folks get our ability to go out and we review their dam, make sure their safety is fine, make sure that the stabilized banks and the trees are removed. And so there's a lot of inspection services that go on. As you know, all of our dams, some of them are 100 years old, so they require constant follow-up to make sure that they're in fact not going to breach. So that's where most of this money goes.
And how often do you find problems?
More than you'd think. And I think a lot of it comes with a lot of these are old earthen dams. And what's happened over the years is people don't take care of the vegetation. Once you get a root ball grown in the dam, it presents a potential breach, or a failure of the berm itself. So again, these dams aren't getting any younger. They need a lot of attention.
I see. And when you find a problem, then the owner is required to fix it. and
That's
then
correct.
You come back sometime later and make sure it's,
Correct. And many times what we'll do to save staff time is have them send pictures that they've corrected the problem if in fact it's a physical change that needs to be made.
gotcha. Representative Griffin?
I really have a concern, I'm sorry. I am a concern when we have an annual fee like that, but it's really not tied to the inspection. I believe if you're gonna have fees on dams, they should be for inspection and should be tied to the inspection, but I'm probably in the minority on that, but.
And so are some dams that are near the end of their life inspected more frequently than others?
Yeah, I think some of the, certainly the high hazard dams, we inspect a lot more frequently, depending on what the condition is. But to speak to Representative Griffin, I think this fee not only pays for the registration of dams, but keep in mind that we do have a maintenance group in the dam program, and it helps with that as well. Because again, we're responsible for 276 state-owned dams, and 208 of those we have to deal with on a regular basis. So, but it does help the construction crew and the maintenance crew. We constantly have the staff that are in the operations section, the maintenance section, they're out every day full-time.
Are most dams municipal?
I don't have that number on me, I think.
I believe it's, we can get you the number, but I believe it's 2,600 that are municipal. 276 are state-owned. And, but we can get you that, we can get you the exact numbers.
I see.
Yeah.
I don't include beavers.
So if I could, I'm going to ask my staff a question in front of you here. So,
Sure.
so for
Yeah.
any, does the safety staff also look at the plans for the individual dams?
Yes, we also have a whole design team, and you look at, there's, we don't get a lot of applications for new dams, obviously, because of the costs associated with it, but yeah, they do the multimedia approach.
No, I meant the response plan should the dam have a problem.
Yes.
Right, so that's an ongoing thing. So each dam's required, especially the high hazard dams, if you breach, what's going to be impacted, how do you notify them, all that. So that's the another aspect of that safety, which is often done from the desk, obviously, but is that valid? And they validate that plan when they go out also for obvious reasons. We don't want anybody getting swept away.
Yeah, and I think over the years, as these dams age, then in fact it's constant that we must maintain their emergency action plans up to date.
Sure. And I would tend to think a lot of these dams create high property values in the area, right? Because they create ponds and lakes and things like that, right? So,
Yeah, and I think that's one of the issues that we deal with a lot. There's points in time where a lot of these dams don't really service as far as environmentally, but they do in fact create a lot of revenue for municipalities. So whenever we get to the point where we're looking or entertaining dam removal, one of the major issues that we face is people that have had waterfront property. For, Winnipesaukee the classic.
sure. You're not going to drain Winnipesaukee.
And I'll just add that, high hazard, significant hazard. High hazard it's not the condition of the dam. Often folks get this confused. It's more about what the risk of failure is. So if it fails, it would be hazardous to life and property. And as you go down the list, it's less risky if it fails. So.
All right, let's move. Does anyone want to vote on this one separately? Representative Roan.
Well, I don't. I just want to agree with Representative Griffin about that. If a dam requires frequent inspection, the dam owners should absorb the cost of that. But and I had another question, but Mr. Crapo just answered it about how we define hazard, and it's really just the the potential of damage and, you know, both loss of life and property damage if that dam should fail. I'm
So you
good.
have a list of high hazard, medium hazard, low hazard, is that it?
That's correct.
And could we have a table of fees, one for one for next, one for the next?
Yeah, so the way the fee is structured is that it's tiered, so it's
it is.
lesser for non-hazard, less for low hazard, and it goes up by hazard classification. So the higher the risk, the more they pay.
So you're already doing that.
Which is associated with the work that we do related to
I understand.
Right.
Okay. So shall we move on here? Yeah. Okay. Voter registration fee.
So currently, through the voter registration fee that's collected at the Department of Safety, we get $9.50 from that for invasive species and the programs associated with that. The proposal here is to potentially increase that by $3, so it'd be $12.50 that DES would get. So increasing the entirety of the fee by $3. And the way it's done in statute is it says, you know, $9.50 for invasive species at DES, and then other numbers for other agencies. And so the proposal here is to increase it by $3, and that would take 2 positions off of the general fund that are currently funded by the general fund.
When was it last set to 950?
Do you know when that was?
It has been in play for, oh God, I'd say at least 10 years and probably longer. And that fee currently corrects somewhere around $1 million. And what that fee is used for is we issue grants to municipalities for milfoil control and other exotic weeds. And every bit of that money is spent, and we generally have somewhere around $400,000 or $500,000 more requests. So we have to prioritize and triage as we go. So it's been a very active and well-used program.
Are we holding the line against milfoil, or is it winning?
Well, milfoil is one of those things that, in fact, you'll never get rid of it unless you hand pull it. So what happens is we do some sort of, if we use an aquicide, it maintains it, but it doesn't eliminate it. So what the whole goal here is with these programs is to minimize spreading if we can.
Representative Run.
Thank you. So the voter registration fee the increase is being proposed to go to $12.50. Is that the total fee someone pays when they're registering a boat?
No, they pay a higher fee. This is just a portion of that entire fee. So the entire fee would go up $3, but $9.50 of the current total goes to DES for milfoil and other invasive species control. The proposal is to increase the entire fee by $3 and have that extra $3 go to DES for these 2 positions.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I think this is low compared to other states. I think Maine charges 30. Have you compared our fee with neighboring states?
I know that in Maine, once you go over the border or you go to launch they give you a separate sticker. So it's not part of their registration. They have a milfoil sticker that I think now is up to, if you choose to boat in Maine, I think that sticker nowadays is around $20. It's good for the year, but for you to enter your boat into state water, you have to have that decal on your boat.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would be open to raising this just to $15. I kind of don't like the 50 cents on it. I think it would be more in line and still less expensive than just the quick research I've done on neighboring states. It's up to the consideration of the committee if they would bring it up to $15.
But that's a $6 increase, yes? No, $5.50 or something.
It would
$5.50.
be $5.50.
Yeah, I don't know.
We did get rid of that other decal.
That's true.
So
Yeah, but that that wasn't gaining. I don't know. All right, you want to discuss? Anybody?
I'm not in favor of that.
No, no. Okay. All right. Any other discussion? No? All right, let's move on. So hazardous waste generator fee.
So I'm going to have Mike Wimsat talk about the next four. They are all within his division, and he has more eloquent explanation than I would on those. So.
And these are all double counted.
And these are all, yes, and to be sure, again, these are all double counted. So the number that we gave you in the chart is the biennial number.
understand.
Yep.
So, thank you. The first one is the hazardous waste generator fee, which is a fee that's imposed on whenever a manufacturer or service provider generates hazardous waste. We don't have any hazardous waste disposal facilities in the state, so whenever they generate it, they're shipping it out of the state. When they ship it, it's required to be on a hazardous waste manifest. We collect that information, and if they generate greater than 660 pounds per quarter of waste, then they're required to pay the fee. And the current fee is 6 cents per pound. And that is was set last in 2007. So it's coming on, 18 to 19 years old. And basically this goes in the hazardous waste cleanup fund, which is a non-lapsing continuously appropriated fund, which helps to pay for the cost of implementing our hazardous waste investigation and cleanup program and a host of other programs like the household hazardous waste program and used oil fees and that sort of thing. And so this by moving the fee, proposing to move the fee from 6 cents to 12 cents a pound, that would raise enough money to take a general funded position that currently works in that program off of general funds. And the savings for that would be on the order of $177,000 in each of the fiscal years of the biennium.
So is this per pound just because it'd be too hard to do anything other than that?
Yes, because not all hazardous waste is liquid. In many cases, it's solid. So it's measuring, and it always, the way it's evaluated by the transporters and the facilities is it's scaled when it comes in. So doing it by pound is actually much more efficient and it'd be very difficult to do by
I'm
gallon.
thinking some kinds of waste are way more hazardous than other,
Oh.
Plutonium versus paint or something, you know what I mean? It's like.
That is true. I will point out that we are not the regulators of the nuclear waste,
Yeah.
but I take your point. And certainly you could develop I suppose, some sort of a roster that categorizes waste by hazard, but we tend to try to do things pretty simply in New Hampshire. I will point out that any waste that is, any hazardous waste that is recycled, such as solvents that go off to a disposal, to a facility where they are distilled and recycled and reclaimed for reuse, you don't pay a fee on that. It's only the waste that go off for disposal.
Thank you. Other questions, Representative Evil?
Did you say that this is the fund that you use to help municipalities with household hazardous waste?
Yeah, that's correct. That's where these
Collections.
funds come from. That's right.
Do you have enough money to do those sorts of things? I mean,
this-
12 cents a pound isn't that
Well,
much considering the hazardousness.
I would not say that the household hazardous waste portion of what we do in the fund is it's significant, but it's not. There are many other expenses that are much higher. The fund overall is stressed, and we are concerned about that because things like PFAS have created a huge additional workload for the staff in that program, and so we struggle to keep staff, to have enough staff and to pay staff to do that work. So it's an important. This fund is very important to the very important work that we do with respect to hazardous waste sites and cleanup.
I mean, this is another one where we could go to 25 cents or something like that, or 15 cents. I'm not sure it would.
Yeah,
When
we're
you think
struggling
about
to get to these numbers, so we'll keep it
Okay.
on the plan, I guess. All right. Next, hazardous waste.
Yes.
This is a per generator.
Right. This one is the hazardous waste full quantity generator certification fee. Back in, I think it was 2004, we developed, and eventually industry came to really appreciate this program. They speak very highly of it, a coordinator certification program. So if you are a generator of waste that generates greater than 220 pounds of waste per month, you're considered a full quantity generator, and you're required to have on staff at least one trained and certified hazardous waste coordinator who's responsible for ensuring safe management of that waste and compliance with all the rules that go along with being a hazardous waste generator. We run a very popular and well attended, because it's required, certification training program. So you need to do a full day training to get certified, and then you need to renew that training with updated refresher training every year. And when the program was created by the legislature back in 2004, they established a fee, a certification program certification fee. And so what we're seeking to do is to increase that fee. It has not been increased since 2007. So it's been, again, somewhere on the order of 18 or 19 years since it's been adjusted.
And is this mostly like municipal transfer stations and things like
No, not at all. This is not about solid waste. This is about hazardous waste. So this is for mostly manufacturing facilities and some service providing facilities that generate hazardous chemical wastes. And we have about on the order of about 1,000 of those in the state.
Who's the biggest one?
The biggest one, I'm not 100% sure who the biggest, among the biggest are facilities like Watts Regulator, which generates a lot of waste at their foundry. And I should know that, but I'm not sure who the largest actually is.
All right. Other questions? No? All right, next.
And then the next one is in the same vein, but the hazardous waste small quantity generator certification fee. This is we were talking before about the folks who generate greater than 220 pounds per month. These are the groups who are below that. So they're small quantity generators, in many cases, small businesses that generate small amounts of waste. A lot more of those, on the order of a couple thousand of those that are subject to the regulations. They're subject to less stringent regulations, or less complex regulations. They're still required to properly and safely manage and dispose of their waste. And we recognize that trying to make them participate in an annual training program was probably a little bit too big a lift for those companies. So what was created instead was a self-certification program where every 3 years, any of those businesses that fall in that category are required to submit to the department a self-certification, basically a self-audit of their program, to say that they've audited their program, they've determined that they're in compliance, and there's a fee associated with that. It's actually only collected every 3 years. It's not an annual, so you do it on a 3-year cycle. We broke up the state into 3 regions, so depending on where you're located in the state, you have a different reporting year, so we don't have all 2,000 of them reporting to us the same day or the same year. And again, that's a program certification fee that has also not been increased since 2007. So this increase would reflect, really just amounts to, really if you just do the inflation multiplier, that's what it amounts to. We're proposing to increase that from $90 per year to $140 per
Do you
year.
ever go out and audit these people on a random basis?
We do indeed. That's exactly what we do. And there's so many of them, we couldn't possibly expect to inspect them all. So what we do is based on the certification forms we get, if something doesn't look quite right, or even just on a random basis, we'll go and do an inspection. And then that also serves as an opportunity to do a lot of training and outreach as well. So it's a pretty well-received program, and it works really well.
And presumably you field complaints, right?
We do. We receive citizen complaints, and we investigate each of those.
Gotcha. Other questions? Representative Evil.
Just with respect to the area of hazardous waste and the fees that we're talking about, do you have any sense of what other states charge where I just keep tracking back, like on the generator fee, I know that's passed, but it's
Right.
PFAS and all those sorts of things. I just feel like we've borne a very heavy burden.
Sure. Well, I guess first of all, to talk about the certification programs, I'm proud to say we're a little bit unique in that regard. There aren't very many states that implement a program like this. And I will say that it has been very well received by the business community. They weren't sure how they liked it at first, but as we implemented it, we get very high marks on this from the business community. So that, I don't really have another state to compare it to. I think Colorado or maybe a few other states may do something similar, but I honestly don't know what they charge. With respect to the generator fee, I think There are other states that have fees, some are higher, some are lower. I think one thing that distinguishes us, which is something that could be looked at in the future, when we first set the fee, we wanted to encourage facilities to find ways to recycle their hazardous waste. So we exempted recycled hazardous waste from the fee. There are some people who say, well, the management of that waste here in the state really doesn't pose any different hazards than it would, depending, the fact that it's going out of state and it may be disposed of or it may be recycled doesn't really make any difference to what it means when it's here in the state. So some have suggested that maybe we shouldn't exempt recycled waste. That would probably result in substantially increased revenues because there are a lot of solvents that go off for reclamation and instead of disposal.
Are you interested in that change or no?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Okay. All right, next one, automotive oil fee.
Yes, the last one here is a fee that is imposed on auto, and this is not just, this is again automotive oil. So this is essentially the crankcase oil that you put in your car. And this fee was established to basically help us administer a used oil program that includes not only regulating facilities that generate used oil and monitoring the compliance with that, but also making grants to municipalities for efforts to recycle their used oil. And that could be either just safe storage, but to send it off to a recycler, or a lot of them will actually burn it for energy recovery for heating purposes in their town garage. And we've helped with purchasing and maintaining those with some grants to towns. It's a small amount, but for purchasing and maintaining those used oil burners. We're proposing to raise that fee, again, a fee that hasn't been adjusted since 2007, from 2 cents a gallon to 5 cents a gallon. And that would result in the ability to to take one position off of general funds.
How is this collected?
It's collected at the point of import to the state, actually, much in the same way as our oil discharge and disposal fund is administered. So when automotive lubricating oils are imported into the state, those importers pay that fee. And that's collected through the Department of Safety in the same way that the road toll for gasoline tax, in the same way that our oil discharge fund. Depending on where you buy your oil, you might see it itemized on because it is, as most fees are, it's passed along to the distributors and the consumers. Depending on where you buy it, you might see it itemized on a receipt when you buy lubricating oils for your car.
So my quart's going to go up 3/4 of a cent? Is that what you're?
That is entirely possible. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go back to the voter registration fee quickly. I don't know that we talked about why we can't implement that in 26. Why are we delaying that until fiscal year 27? Just trying to help the chairman find as much money as possible.
Well, maybe because summer will be over, right?
For the record, Susan Carlson with DES. The voter registration fee is generally collected in April of every year. So right now, Department of Safety is collecting it for the 25 summer. So that's FY20. Essentially, we'll be getting the money for FY26. So the first time that they would see this fee increase would be a year from now. So.
That is FY26, yeah?
Well, it is, but by the time safety collects it and gets it to us, it's pretty much mid-May, early June. So.
Well, no. So May is still FY26,
yeah,
and then you get another one in FY27. So if they know to collect by January, I don't know when they send out the letters or whatever.
They will change the online registration in the fall of this year for starting collections for next calendar year if this is passed.
Right.
So
it's
yeah,
2 years worth.
technically it comes into the state in the last quarter of the fiscal year. So so yes, the revenues will come in 26, but we will be using that revenue. We will be expending that revenue in 27.
Oh, so there's a dedicated fund or something?
Yes, there is a dedicated fund.
I got you. Okay. All right, well, we'll talk about that at some other time. All right, very good. I understand. Yes, thank you. Representative Leishman.
Just a question on the automotive oil fee, the last one, I guess, for Mike. It's also trucking companies that pay that as well, right? Anyone that's using motor oil, so it's not just automobiles, it's also trucking companies or?
Sure, right, absolutely. Any automotive, any really ICE engines, internal combustion engines, lubricating oils for those engines that kind of oil would be assessed this fee.
That's what I thought.
That's
Thanks.
correct.
Yeah.
But it's on the source, right? Because just like the gas tax, we don't tax it at the pump. We get it at the wholesale level, right? Because there's many fewer. It's so much easier to do it. Okay. All right. So can we vote on these changes? Anybody want to have some angst changes? No.
No, I'll make a motion to accept the changes in the fees.
Okay. From DES. Second.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Ebel. All right, so we have a motion by Representative Campbell, seconded by Representative Ebel to accept the DES's fee increases. All those in favor? Looks unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, thank you, guys.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
one more thing.
I was just curious obviously, we want to be available to the committee. I was just curious if the chair had a feel for when you may want us in again.
Melissa, do we know? We don't really. Monday?
I think the only thing we have left to speak about is just the solid waste facility. The 215 or what's in
We
what's in
voted on it, right?
HB2. No, we just got the amendment this morning.
Oh, you're talking about the
HB2 section
Judy
for the
Aaron
solid
thing?
waste. Yes.
Yes.
It's all ready.
So
Mr.
that's
Chair.
the
We could-
So
You want to do it now?
we
Yeah,
have
I can
we have
speak.
judicial branch
Huh?
out. We have the judicial branch out in the hallway
Oh,
waiting
yeah,
to
we shouldn't
discuss
leave them.
their fees,
Okay.
and we're running
All right,
behind
so
for them.
schedule with them.
Yeah, so we have time this afternoon if you'd like at 2:00. We're free if you want to take that on,
Yeah.
or we could do Friday afternoon because we're meeting Friday
Yeah.
afternoon.
What do you prefer?
So your
Yeah,
choice.
we can do this afternoon.
This afternoon.
Okay, so 2:00 this afternoon.
2:00 this afternoon. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All
We
right,
might be done with you.
judicial branch. It's been waiting for 15 minutes, so. Are we standing up? It could very well be. We don't know. We'll find out. Yes, he is. All right. Welcome, Mr. Chief Justice.
How are you? Right.
Yeah. All right. So we have on our list that you have an idea for 3 possible fee increases. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, there are 2 handouts being distributed. One is my letter to you dated March 12th, and the second is a summary of the fees that we're proposing to increase. So at the suggestion, taking entry fees first, at the suggestion of Chairman Weiler, after our time together on last February, we went back and the administrative council, which is comprised of the trial court leaders and Donna and me, went through literally line by line all of our entry fees. And our proposal is reflected on on Exhibit A to my letter to you and also in the handout. And the bottom line there is entry fees had not been increased since 2013. And overall, the increases reflect basically the rate of inflation during that period of time. They're not uniform. We made judgments as to what should go up and what should go down, what should go up. Nothing is coming down, and where there would be no changes. but generally that is reflected in the exhibit before you. The exhibit, if you look at the single page, I'll just give you an orientation. On the far left column is our three courts, Supreme, Superior, and Circuit, and listed are the case types or events that would require an entry fee. Then working to the right, you see our current fee, you see the proposed fee, you see the dollar variance, and you see the percentage. Then you'll see the current revenue. These fees go directly into the general fund. You'll see the current revenue that goes into the general fund, proposed estimated revenue that goes into the general fund, and the increase. The bottom line is with these fee increases, we'll have almost 1.3 million per year in addition going to the general fund. In the course of our work on this, we also looked at fees that the circuit court recovers for records retrieval. And the circuit court has been charging users for records retrieval since 2014. And over that period of time, it's actually contributed over $30 million to the general fund. We looked at the fee structure there and decided that it really didn't best capture the work that was required, and the pricing structure just didn't make any sense. So instead of using a tiered structure, which is in place now, we are going to implement a per name charge. So there's just a flat fee of $6.50 per name that is researched. This is a significant source of revenue, relatively speaking. As I said, since 2014, over $30 million to the general fund. Our restructure of the pricing model will yield 1.4 million in addition to the general fund per year.
So why, may I ask, why is going from 20 to 6.5 gaining something? I mean,
It's 20 for the first name, and then there's tiered pricing after. So we're just going to be charging.
so people give you 100 names at once or something
Oh, yeah,
like
we
that?
get vendors with massive numbers of
see.
names. So it's a
Gotcha.
better
Okay.
way to capture
I understand.
the value.
Interesting. Okay.
The fee increases can be are subject to court rule making, and the Supreme Court has obviously the authority to make rules, and we would be prepared to have these implemented by July 1st. I've consulted with my colleagues on the Supreme Court.
I guess it helps to be self-contained, right? Because most of the other people we're talking about, it's like a push to do it by January 1st, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, anyway.
Then the final note on with respect to the fees, entry fees, there is a statute, RSA 490:26A, that that authorizes the Supreme Court to establish by rule an equitable fee schedule, but it also implements a surcharge, legislative surcharge of $25 for each civil filing fee in most but not all case types. Some case types are accepted, for instance, domestic violence, small claims, landlord, tenant, and stalking. So that surcharge, which is wholly legislative and obviously is up to this body, is, as I said, $25. It does not appear to have been changed since 2009. The revenue generated by that we've estimated to be about $550,000 a year.
Is that on top of all of these? Or
Yes,
is it?
it's a surcharge added on top of these filing fees.
I see.
And if it's helpful to the committee, we do have an exhibit that shows you that surcharge,
Sure.
if that would be helpful to you.
So what you're saying, the first number, it's really 250 already?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Right. Now, is this somehow itemized when you charge somebody? Or is it,
The surcharge,
yeah,
I don't believe it is itemized, is it?
What do you mean by
When-
Does it
when
show
somebody
entry
walks
fee?
in, I want to appeal to the Supreme Court, right? And you say, okay, $250. Or do you say, well, it's 225 plus a $25? I see. Because I mean, it just seems silly to do it this way, rather than, take away our 25, make all yours 25 more, and the same thing happens, right? So,
I don't know the history of the surcharge, but.
yeah. So that's kind of what I would prefer, I guess. Yeah.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Were you thinking it would be, I mean, and I agree with what you're saying, but were you thinking that that amount could possibly be increased since it hadn't been looked at since 2007? Is that where you were going?
2009.
Or 2009, to be accurate.
That would be obviously a legislative determination, but I did want to make you, the committee, aware of that.
Exists.
If there were not a surcharge, would we go back and reassess? Yes, we would.
Okay. Yeah, so that would be my preference, is put something in House Bill 2 to eliminate the surcharge and let you add it back in at the right moment, so it all happens like the same day, right? So, or however you do it.
Might be easier for your bookkeeper that way.
Yeah.
It really won't, sorry, it really won't make any difference. This is all set up in tables and electronically, so
Sure. Yeah.
And it's all going to the same.
it's all going in the general
Right,
fund.
and you got to put it on your website maybe, or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
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 Okay.
Yes.
All right. So how about that, Melissa? Can we?
Can you just repeat? I was making
So we're
copies. so I didn't-
suggesting eliminate the RSA that says collect an extra $25, right? And then they will in turn make all their numbers $25 more. And,
Mr. Chair,
yeah, Representative.
it doesn't look like it's $25 on everything, though. Doesn't look like it's $25 on everything there.
That's correct, Representative Muntz. The statute accepts from the surcharge actions relating to children under 3 RSA chapters, domestic violence actions, small claims, landlord, tenant, and stalking. So those have been accepted from the legislative surcharge. And those are very high volume, some of them are very high volume cases.
But you could do that yourself.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you do it yourself. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Is that where I see here, for example, cross petition with children or something like that? Is that additional domestic? Is that what we're talking about, these differences?
Additional, where there's a blank space next to additional domestic?
No, I mean, it's just brought forward additional domestic, brought forward domestic.
Domestic refers to divorce cases, divorce and parenting.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm just saying, is there extra categories here because of the fact that this law in some cases says charge the $25 and other cases don't? Or is that yet another distinction that's not really being shown on this piece of paper?
Well, for instance, if you go down to small claims,
Yes.
which is accepted by the legislation, you'll see there's no number there. So we don't collect the surcharge for small claims because the statute says don't do it.
Oh, I see. Oh, over on the right,
Exactly.
in the green area.
Exactly, in the green
I
area, I'm
see,
sorry.
see. Okay, I got it. All right, Representative Ron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we got rid of the surcharge, the statute, which allows the surcharge to be applied. Right now, that totals $568,275. So that would lower what your proposed estimate would be to the general fund, correct?
If we took no further action, I did respond to the chair by saying if the surcharge were eliminated, we would go back through our exercise with that in mind.
Okay, I got you. Thank you.
But, and you could make the decision to not put it on this kind of case or that kind of case if you thought it was appropriate.
Correct.
Yeah,
I think that's,
which I think is reasonable,
I think
yeah.
that's reasonable.
Okay. What's that?
Seems to me like we don't have to do anything.
Representative Griffin, let's do it that way. Yeah.
It seems to me like we don't have to do anything with it, just leave it.
Yeah, but I'd rather, while we're touching this kind of stuff, simplify it, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It seems like it's a hangover from something.
Yeah.
That statute.
Yeah.
Could you give us the number? I mean, I'd just like to make a note of it.
Of,
The statute number.
oh, sure, it's RSA 490:26-a.
Thanks.
All right,
I've seen it. I'm sorry.
yes, I know. So, can we vote on this? Are we happy with it? Everybody okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Should we make?
Excuse me, are we voting to repeal that statute as well as
Yes.
accept the fees?
Let's do it that way.
Right.
Well, no, we'll get an amendment and we'll vote on it when we see that amendment. Yeah, but it's with the understanding that we'll do that.
That we'll do
Yeah,
that, and
okay.
then the Chief Justice can redo his
Right.
chart, and we'll have the number.
Right,
Okay.
okay. So, would you like to move? Yeah,
So I'll make a motion with the provision that we have the amendment to change, to remove that section, to move forward with this as presented.
yeah. And in fact, I don't know that we really need a motion, right? Because this is their business. Right, okay. So I
That's
guess we're
correct.
just.
I think it's fair just to get it on record to say you're comfortable with them
Okay.
increasing their
Yes,
fees.
we're comfortable with these proposals,
Right.
okay? So this is kind of informal, but anyway, all right.
Right, I'll just add that we do sort of have to move to repeal that piece of the statute.
Yes.
Okay.
And that'll be our intention.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor? Yes, we're all good with that. All right, thank you very much. Yeah. I thought that Karen said. No.
Oh,
Okay. Joe was second?
oh,
Sweeney.
Okay.
oh,
all right.
Sweeney, okay.
All right, I have to
He
run
jumped up.
to see the speaker, so thank you guys. All right, we'll see you at 1:15.
Thank you very much.
is, I definitely am missing certain, huh? Yes. Okay. What, you have something? Yeah. Okay. All right. Welcome, Commissioner and entourage.
It's good to have an entourage. I'm just saying, very important. Otherwise, you have to know things. You want me to just jump in?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services, and with me are Cassie Keene, the Deputy Commissioner, and Sherry Rockburn, the Assistant Commissioner.
Right.
Two different titles which don't mean anything different. Somebody asked me once, like, oh, which is, and I'm like, the one was created in the 80s when assistant was in vogue, and the other was created in the 2000s when deputy was in vogue.
Yeah,
so.
my spreadsheet, I think, if I remember right, it says you have 3 direct reports, so this must be 2 of the 3. Right?
Was that right? And then who's the third? Oh, Dawn. Okay. Yes, and then assistant. Is that it? Are those my only direct reports?
But I'll tell you guys, what I discovered is a lot of these agencies don't bother with the supervisor field, right? So, like the Department of State has one vacant assistant secretary of state that 90 people report to, you know?
Good boss.
And so, you know, I think it's because it's not required, right? I mean, all the other fields you have to fill out or somebody's not getting paid, right? But that field is just sort of for.
I think it's also related to like when you're doing reorganizations and moving things around, and some of supervisor is who approves a time card in the system, and some is who supervises people directly. And
I see.
there are people who supervise, you know, Fred, but don't approve Fred's time card because that's a hierarchical thing. And it, for example, technically Sherry doesn't approve anyone's time card whatsoever, and we've been mocking her for it incessantly because we went to a new timekeeping system, which is a learning exercise. And while Cassie and I are struggling through it, Sherry does not have to, which seems unfair to me, which I might speak to you about later. I want to talk to you. Oh, go ahead.
I'll add. So the leader of all this is there's a guy in safety that has 495 positions reporting to him. And he's not, and he's classified. He's not unclassified.
I just say
he's like a something or other class 2, you know? So it's
he does a great job.
I guess
That's
so.
all I'm saying.
Anyways, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I want to talk to you about retiree health. I have a budget problem and I think a budget solution. And I came over Monday, I don't know, and talked to the chair about this. So retiree health, we talked a lot about retiree health at one of our meetings, probably all of our meetings, if I'm honest. And so we went, as you remember, we went from being self-insured, you know, we just pay the bills, to being fully insured as a way of taking advantage of federal money. And it's one of the reasons on the graphs we showed you where we saved a lot of money taking advantage of federal money. One of the things we have to do as a result of that is continually reevaluate whether we should stay fully insured or go back to being self-insured. Some of that is dependent on what happens in Washington. It has always been the case that the Medicare portion, the over 65 portion of retiree health is very dependent upon things that happen in Washington. Much of state government is dependent upon things that happen in Washington. Often we don't notice them happening, but some small pocket of state government will notice them happening a lot. In this case, we're keeping an eye on changes. On April 7th, CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, I think that's their name, will issue something called a call letter. I don't know why it's called a call letter, so don't ask, if please. But it basically details what they're doing in the coming year and what's going to be reimbursed, how it's going to be reimbursed. And the administrator, the insurer, has to make changes to their program and assess costs on that basis and on the basis of what's in it. Part of our rate adjustment mechanism in our contract in in this year, Anthem, is dependent upon that. We have been projecting in our budget projections that the per member rate will go up $65. And based on Anthem's initial analysis of what they think is going to be in the call letter, because there are tea leaves that keep coming out, and they're not really tea leaves, but they're prognostications. But April 7th is official. It's going to be more like 100 to 125 in that range. And we're using 115 to guesstimate that. Now, we currently have our actuary, Siegel, working with risk and benefits, going over it and looking at Anthem's numbers and getting a better handle on this to see where we are. What I didn't want to do was call you up on April 8th when I think you don't have time to do anything and say, hey, we got an issue. Well, so the top sheet you have in front of you details the issue, and Sherry has summarized everything in biennia, excuse me. And we don't normally do this, but it helps you understand better. So what you can see is that the budget in the governance phase is 141. The changes we think are going to happen, and again, we're using 115 as a placeholder instead of 65, and in the second year, an additional 15, I think. Would add $9 million to this. And before anybody has a stroke, because I did when I read this the first time, I have a solution which is coming.
Why doesn't the two numbers below total add up to the total?
Because there are 4 or 5 different sources of funding for retiree health. One is the general funds. That's the biggest portion. The quote unquote self-funded agencies, transfers from other state agencies. There's something called a medical subsidy, which is a transfer of money that we give to the retirement system and get back. And it's a thing that's been going on for a while, and it's not exactly a shell game, but it's a complicated mechanism. There's a medical subsidy in other parts of retirement, and we have our own that's completely different from that. But money goes out and money comes back. In addition to that, there are premium contributions from some retirees, not all. And then there are a number of statutorily authorized groups, or SAGs, that pay, in most cases, 100%. In some cases, it's community college gives us money for a certain number of people. In some cases, there are some legislators who have health insurance and are paying for it, for example. So that's why they don't add up.
So there's another 42 coming in from somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
That's about right. And if you look at your budget document, you'll see these detailed as 4 different revenue lines.
Right.
In that accounting. This is just as a summary. So it would be, I would have to ask you for total funds of 9 million and general funds of 4.5. Yikes. And we don't like having yikes conversations. One of the things we've been discussing internally for a while, and a lot the last week, is when you move from a self-insured product or scheme, if you will, which has reserves attached to it, and you move to a fully insured product, well, you don't need reserves in anything remotely like the same way. You don't have an IBNR, incurred but not reported. You don't have rate shocks because it's fixed. And if we never ever went back, we would get rid of those over time. We would not carry, except for a modest amount, we would not carry a reserve. The question is, what do we do about that? Because simultaneously we have to look at that corpus, if you will, and decide how to spend it down, how much of it to keep in case let's say a year and a half from now, based on what happens in DC. And I think it's fair to say that a lot of things in DC are in turmoil, in some case, not in turmoil, up in the air. It's not a political comment in any way. So unpredictable. And like in some cases, the people running pieces of the agencies, like CMMS, I think that person has not yet been confirmed, for example. Is that Dr. Oz? Dr. Oz. And so a lot of things can happen. So we need to hang on to some of the corpus. Our actuarial consultant, Siegel, who's very good, does a lot of work with big companies, big states, et cetera, has encouraged us to think about something called smoothing, to take that And we would still be keeping an eye on it, but over the course of 10 years is their suggestion. We could do 8, we can do 12, but 10 is a nice, reasonable number. We would spend it down gradually and try to smooth, if you will, rate shocks. And so I would tell you that a month ago, I think after internal discussions, certainly where I was, and I think probably where we all were, was, yeah, let's do that. Now, this is not something we would do with you. It's not something we need to do. It's operational. But given what's going on here, I want to do it now. And I want to do it as part of the budget discussion. So if we do that and we do a 10-year smoothing, which is what makes sense and is the most prudent, I think, method to do from an operational standpoint, what would happen is, moving to the fourth column, the number would be different. There would be a smoothing effect of all of these numbers, and the net change would be different. And budgetarily, the general fund piece would not go up 4.5, but would go down 4. If I'm honest, when we originally discussed smoothing, one of my concerns was if the first year we suddenly went down 8 million, it was too much. People would look at it and go, what the heck is going on? This is much more manageable, and it takes a goofy looking graph and smooths it, sort of like a trend line, if you will, if you think about doing a spreadsheet and doing a trend line. And so that would happen. There would be a general fund savings in the first year. The second year, frankly, would actually be budgeted pretty close to what our proposal was anyway. There would be some modest savings to agencies, the self-funded agencies who pay for this through Class 64.
Now, is this corpus actual money that's earning interest for the treasurer?
Yes.
Okay, so we get a big chunk of stuff in the treasurer's budget that's the interest every year. So
It's
this
not-
must be part of it.
This is part of it, although, realistically, in terms of the state, it's well under 1% of the state savings. So it's not, the state treasurer's not going to redo her interest calculations based on this happening.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's not material, as the accountants would
Oh,
say.
I see. Because you're saying that interest will go down because we're starting to spend this. Yeah.
Yeah, but,
Got it. But not by.
but yeah, she's going to adjust her number by like 20 grand.
Yeah, I
Not 6 million.
I understand. Okay.
Anyway, if you want to know, so that's that. Page 2, which is the backside of page 1, is what the change would be in the Class 64 budgets of all these agencies. And I want to emphasize these are not general funds because these are the non-general fund bits of government that pay this. But nonetheless, you would see, I'm going to look at judicial branch for retired judges in that particular case. And you can see in the first 2 columns what it is in the current draft of the budget, governor's phase, and what the revised number that we would have to tell them would be, and the difference. OPLC jumps out at you as an outlier, and it's because the number that they ended up putting in their budget was not the number that should have been put in their budget. And that happens sometimes in like a communication difficulty where somebody thought,
Oh, I see.
it's like a telephone game. No, you were supposed to budget 270.
I see. So that number really is 10 times too small anyways or something, right? Is that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, this number 30 should have been one of these other numbers, right? Like, oh, no, that's just a difference.
Yeah, so they have in their budget 220 and 230, and we're proposing they have 250 and 321.
Gotcha.
And I would tell you that what they should have had was more like 270 and 290.
Gotcha.
So anyway, that gives you a sense of sort of where that is.
Right.
And then page 3 is budget speak. And these are the lines in the budget document
And
itself.
so why does the second year go up?
For,
Is that just normal increases and?
yeah, so healthcare costs are not going down.
Okay.
And what what we've been doing for years and years is struggling against that, and it's and we're fighting it. And I would tell you that we're out of things to fight it with, and in the future, I would expect healthcare costs to go up between
Representative
5 and 15% a year.
OPLC, we've continuously added other licenses to their purview. Is that part of this? Have they added some more licenses for them to work on and more people? Or is
No, this is really just, in this particular case, this is really just the fact that there's a mild mistake in the governor's phase of their budget. And that we're showing you what the real number is, and it's comparing it to a number that was accidentally too low.
Okay.
It does.
Yeah, because Representative Munns.
No.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in again. I spent a little bit of my professional career managing employee benefits and pension benefits and retiree benefits. The changes that you're proposing, this smoothing out, is this moving from a pay-as-you-go approach to kind of a treatment of post-employment medical benefits similar to what we do with pension benefits? Where you're kind of taking into account the length of time that the people are, you're using actuarial principles to try to estimate what the overall liability is, and then kind of backing into what the annual cost is going to be?
I wish I could say yes, but no.
Okay.
We don't, as a state, we've never funded an OPEB trust. We have a non-trusted benefit on retiree health, and we always have. There has been some discussion in the past about whether we trust. Historically, the legislature, anytime that comes up, has thought about it, I think, but has decided against it from the standpoint that, well, two things. One is it costs money, right? Because what I would be saying to you, if we went to a trusted benefit and carried that, I would be saying, I would like from you, if you could, 68 million this year, plus an additional 10 to sock away in the trust. And every year, generally, this committee and other committees are going, they rarely have 10 extra kicking around. And so we've always been a pay-as-you-go on retiree health benefits. The other thing is it was a contentious issue for a while, may still be, where people said, I'm thinking notoriously of, not notoriously, but of Representative Kirk, who was here for a while, who used to always insist that we have no obligation on retiree health. We could legally, technically, decide tomorrow, we're done, nobody gets anything. And I think there is a technical sense in which that is true legally. My suspicion is there'd be lots of lawsuits and a whole lot of people would be like, what the heck? But so we don't have a trusted OPEB.
Go ahead. And then Representative Bruns.
At the risk of getting into too much into the weeds, and if that's where we're going, then let's not do that.
We could always have a weed discussion offline if you want.
How is the smoothing accomplished? I mean, what happens?
I mean, basically, we take a portion of the corpus, a diminishing amount each year, starting with about 7 million in year one, and over the course of 10 years, we apply that to the plan as revenue. We take the reserve, if you will, and we apply in year one 7 million of it, in year two 6.8 million of it, to the plan as revenue. There are multiple revenue sources. This would be an additional revenue source. In fact, if you look at page 3, it sort of spells out how that's accomplishing. Sherry has called out. So, the class 001 transfer from other agencies, that's essentially the money from Fish and Game and OPLC. Miscellaneous income is the money from cycled through the retirement system as the medical subsidy. Retiree health transfer, the first 009 are benefits and statutorily authorized groups, et cetera. And then the fourth line there, which Sherry has labeled reserve share. If you look at fiscal 26, fiscal 27, there are numbers there. So 6.8, 6.2. What will happen is over 10 years, and theoretically, we could change this any year, but over 10 years, that number would, 6.8, 6.2, 5.6, 5.2, 4.8, 4.2, et cetera, until we get to zero. What's realistically going to happen, though, is each year that goes by, we're going to evaluate whether being fully insured is still in the best interests of both the state and the retirees. I think it is today, this year. Ask me again on April 7th, and see where that's going. I mean, reminding you that the biggest reason we went to fully insured, right, 22-ish years ago, the state went from being we just bought an Anthem policy for state workers. We went to being a self-insured program. It saved a lot of money. And it was a good idea. Linda Hodgson, my predecessor by 2, used to talk about this a lot and keep stats on it and how much money we technically saved because we're willing to assume the risk ourselves, which is theoretically the savings. And we're doing this not because we can't assume the risk for retirees anymore, but we're doing it because the federal reimbursement mechanisms allow us to leverage more of the tax dollars that you and I are sending to Washington and bringing them back home.
So we're very fortunate to have Linda Hodgson as a member of Epsom's Budget Committee.
There you go.
Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions. One, when we're looking at these costs, is this just for Medicare eligible retirees? Because we have a big chunk of retirees who are not Medicare eligible, correct?
Yes. So the budget here, if we're looking at page 3 on the budget and the roll up on page 1, that is the entire cost of the retiree health program. The retiree health program Cassie's going to correct me here because I'm going to say something that's slightly wrong, but I'm going to try and get close. Retiree health can be divided into 2 chunks. Medicare retirees, non-Medicare retirees, often simplified as over 65, under 65, although there's some nuances around that. They're about 50-50 in terms of the cost. The 11,000 or so Medicare retirees cost about 30-something million in our budget, and it's not broken out in the budget. And the 1,500, 1,600 non-Medicare retirees or under 65 also cost about 30 million, even though there are fewer of them because it's a different kind of a benefit. They're part of the active
You're
plan.
speaking just of general funds, not the 150.
Yes.
If they were equal, it'd be 75, 75 if it was total funds.
Yes, I'm making numbers up.
Okay.
But that's a biennial number. I was starting with.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was starting with so let's do this. If you look at page 3, total share is something like 68 million and then 81 million. So just call that 50-50. It's not 50-50. There's a nuance to that. I could get you an exact number, but I don't think it matters. But it's about half and half. So where we're doing the smoothing and where we're worried about the call letter and what CMS does is the over 65. The under 65 are paid for, not fully insured. They are part of our, they're part of the budget with our actives under that Anthem contract.
So the pre-Medicare eligible, are they covered, that their retiree health, is it more or less like a group health plan that might be offered to active employees?
It is literally
Okay.
the plan offered to active employees. We treat them as if they're active employees, so to speak.
Okay. And then what happens, so then when they turn 65, they've been a retiree for years, they're under this group health plan. Now they retire, now they're going on Medicare. What does the state pick up? They have responsibility for their Part B premium. And then it's almost like a Medicare Advantage plan where the state would then pay for anything that's Medicare eligible costs. But do they have like the deductibles and co-pays that you see in a traditional Medicare Advantage plan?
Yes, I'm going to let Cassie, you really, you
Yeah.
should mean it.
And I can speak very generally. Yes, they do have all different kinds of plan designs. So they have co-pays, they have deductibles, they have maximum out of pockets.
Okay. Has there been any discussion, and I'm kind of getting away from the specifics of this, but has there been any discussion that once a retiree becomes Medicare eligible, just even giving them a stipend to maybe they want to get on a supplement plan rather than having the Medicare Advantage plan? They may say, just, the state plan's fine. They're not paying for it, right? I mean, they're just paying their Part B, and the Part D is probably included in the Advantage plan. But has there been any interest on Medicare eligible retirees just to go on to a supplement plan and get a separate Part D plan?
So we've had some discussion of that in the past, and people remember Representative, or now Representative, then Senator Daniels was very interested in that and in looking at that. What we've done, what's very important to the state in administering its program, is that we have one insurance, not lots of insurances, right? So so for example, the unions, when we bargain with 15, is it 15 now? 13 different unions, they're required to all have the same health insurance plan. We don't let anybody have one-offs because that would be an administrative nightmare. And so the same is sort of true here. One thing that has been discussed in the past, when we looked at, particularly in 2016, when we looked at options for saving, when there was a significant budget, retiree health care budget shortfall, one of the things people talked about was changing the retiree health benefit entirely into a payment, a stipend, basically cash out the door, and then whatever you buy, and maybe you go on an exchange and buy it or whatever. I'm not saying that's a good idea or a bad idea. Politically, it tends to be relatively controversial because the benefit, our current retiree health benefit, particularly for over 65, is quite generous, and is compared to a lot of what other people might get in other places. And I think it's a very important benefit to, like the SEA believes very strongly in it. And I think if you were to switch to something that was more of a voucher, if you will, that you could use on an exchange, while there's some advantages to that, because in budget years you can ratchet up and ratchet down, and you can say, I'll give you $500. Wait, a budget crisis, I'm not giving you that anymore. The uncertainty related to that has always been problematic with, certainly with the union leadership, but I have a sense with a lot of rank and file as well. So I think while there's been discussion about it, getting there would be a really big lift politically, small p.
Just one more comment, Mr. Chair. Well, the reason I think it's worth studying is that even though you're providing this essentially Medicare Advantage plan for retirees, they're still absorbing a tremendous out-of-pocket costs with the deductibles and the co-pays that they may prefer to put into a Medicare supplement plan. Like, let's just take a Plan G, that all they'd have to pay is the Part B deductible. Everything else, everything else is covered. So I think that's a good way of us actually controlling costs, because right now, for the retiree, there's a real uncertainty about what their medical costs are going to be, because even though they have this Advantage plan, their out-of-pocket costs could go a lot higher. It may be worthwhile for them, instead of participating in that plan, is to just have a stipend, or some allowance by the state that would allow them to purchase any plan they want. Maybe they want an Advantage plan, but it would at least let them opt out to get their own plan through private insurance. And one last question, Mr. Chair, is this still only covers the retiree, right? There's no coverage, except for maybe the pre-Medicare. There's no coverage for like a spouse.
There is coverage for spouses.
Even post Medicare?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So even if that,
The 11,000 number includes spouses.
okay, so even if the spouse, let's say a retiree turns 65, goes on Medicare, gets this Advantage plan, their spouse can get on the Advantage plan even if they're not 65, or do they stay on the group plan?
They stay on the group plan.
Okay, and then what happens when they turn 65?
They go on the Medicare plan.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay, thank you.
It's certainly something worth looking at, and it's certainly not anything we're opposed to.
Are all these retirees from state employees or some municipal?
State.
Okay.
We administer a program for state retirees. There was a time in the distant past when you didn't need much service at the state level to qualify, and so the legend anyway was that there were a number of people who would work at, let's just say, as a police officer in a town for a lot of years, and then do a year as a trooper, and then they get retiree health from the state. And I don't know how often. That's one of those things where maybe it's true, maybe it's not. It might be an urban myth, but that's not possible anymore. Your service that counts toward eligibility for retiree health, which is different than for a pension, is only state service.
And it has to be 20 years, I think, right?
It's for people hired after, I want to say 2011. It has to be 20 years.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, that's the.
And is the ones that are, under, not in Medicare, are they mostly Group 2 type employees or not necessarily?
I don't know that we have an exact number, but I think it's more Group 1. Do you know the number? Ballpark?
I think we looked at it recently and it was like a third Group 2. Do you remember us looking at that?
No.
I can get you the precise numbers if you'd like.
Because I would think that Group 2s would be retired for a much longer and younger
Yes,
period of
yeah.
time, right? But there's maybe so few of them.
It can be people who have, could meet eligibility standards and retire young, right?
Mhm.
But it's also people who got sick and can't work anymore, right?
Oh, I see, yeah.
The other point to make on that is that I think, and I would love to look at, but have not, trends on this. There were a lot of retirement changes made in 10, 11, maybe the 09, that range.
Yes,
About,
we're familiar with-
yeah, about qualifications, et cetera. And it's harder to retire from state service at 60 than it used to be. Now, there are people for whom it's not hard because they've been here 32 years and they just turned 60. And but like I couldn't. And I know you're thinking, you won't be 60 for many, many years, or at least 6 months. There are fewer and fewer people who can. And so one of the things about getting retiree health under 65 is to get retiree health, you have to be retired. And as the people eligible to be retired shrinks, so does that, that population that's under 65 that we cover has been shrinking every year a little bit. And that's part of the reason for that. I suspect it will become disproportionately Group 2, the proportions will edge because the numbers change for Group 2 too, but I think it's 52, not 45, which is still under 65.
Yeah. So this is that population, it's a very expensive benefit, right? I mean, we're talking about a tenth of the people costing half the money or something like that, right? So one of the things.
I mean, think of it as in round numbers that aren't accurate. $30 million for 1,500 people. Yeah.
Okay. So that's 20,000 a person or something. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Representative Brown.
Chair. One more question regarding the Medicare eligible retirees. You said that that's fully insured through Anthem. What if those retirees move to another state or because really Medicare Advantage plans, and I'm not sure about the state one that's been managed through Anthem, but they're really driven by county. And so like, let's say somebody has a Medicare Advantage plan in Hillsborough County, and even if they're vacationing or spending time someplace else, they may not have that coverage. Unless the company allows them to transfer to in-network where they're visiting and then go back. I know United Healthcare has a passport program for that. But do you still cover retirees under that program if they move out of state?
So we have lots and lots of retirees who don't live in the state of New Hampshire. Tons. And I think Florida is the biggest state for, I think. Does that shock anybody?
We have a retiree in every state.
We have a retiree in every state, and it was as part of the bidding process for the plan. That's the thing. This is a group Medicare Advantage plan, not an individual. It's something in enrollment we emphasized a lot because there's a lot of at the time. I shouldn't say now, but at the time there was a lot of bad press, if you will, on individual Medicare Advantage plans, and this is a group one, which are very different. And so it's not. So you have to be able to get coverage in any of 50 different states.
So just for the committee, I plan to offer an amendment. I'm concerned about not just the budget for this year, but for the long-term financial health of the state. And so this very expensive benefit for very few people, I would like to phase that out. You know, with all respect to Representative Kirk, who says, well, we just cut it, right? And that would be the end of it. But it would be very tough to do. So my plan is to put in something in law that changes that 20 years so that every year maybe it becomes an extra half year, right? So something like after a year, it's 20 and a half years, and then it's 20, another year, it's 21 years, and so on. And eventually it goes away. So that's kind of.
So we agreed to help you with language for that, which is why Cassie has giant scribbled on sheets of paper in front of her. The statutes around this are remarkably complicated, and I'm not
No
going to
kidding.
say I'm not going to say poorly written, but there's some issues, and so we're going to need a little bit of time. Like
Okay.
you won't have it today.
Okay, fine. I can wait till Tuesday. So.
That's
All
good.
right.
Write that down.
Yeah. All right, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to, this sounds like a very generous plan compared to a traditional Medicare Advantage. So would I be correct in stating that this benefit covers the other 20% that Medicare doesn't cover, the benefit that you're giving after retirement, and they have no deductible or a little, very little? What would be the deductible, if any, for these?
There is a deductible and there are copays. I'm sorry, I just don't know them off the top of my head, so I can get you folks that information.
So, yeah, because I mean, the typical Medicare Advantage deductible is now $6,500, $7,000.
It's not that high at all.
That's what I figure. So it's a very generous plan.
It is a very generous plan, and it yeah.
And to the chairman's point, if we were to get rid of this, there's nothing preventing them from going to Medicare Advantage, which there are many Medicare Advantage plans today that have zero premium, higher deductible, but zero premium. So
I was specifically talking about the part of the plan that's for people who are not eligible for Medicare, right? So there's people too young to be on Medicare. That's half this cost.
yeah, because they're still getting
They're still getting the full state regular plan. Yeah.
But yeah, we can share with you what those numbers are. We just don't
Thank you.
have them front of mind.
Did you see my email about those two positions? Are those okay? Not okay?
Yes, I sent you an email back, and the one isn't.
Oh, okay.
But I said maybe we can talk, if you want to grab a couple of positions, maybe we can talk about, can I pick one as
Okay.
opposed to,
Yes.
yeah.
So I noticed in their budget, they have two unfilled funded positions that have been vacant for 2.5 years.
And the one is, just to let everybody in on this, the one is there's a guy, his name is Tim Ford, actually, who does ARPA reporting and obviously interfaces a lot with Gopher over that. And ARPA reporting is not going away anytime in the next decade. And we have a position that was designated for, I think, fixed assets at one time that we've been holding for him. And what we've said to him is, yeah, no, we're going to put you there, but while we got federal funds to pay you, we're going to save the general funds, and we're just going to keep rolling. May is when he, and there are two others like that somewhere else in our agency, and there are little nibbles across state government where an ARPA position is being
So you plan
converted,
to fill
yeah.
this before
So
the
that
I
one,
understand.
it's not really vacant. It looks
I understand.
vacant, but
Yeah.
he's,
I got it.
yeah.
Okay, well, send me some information. Yes, hello.
The other sheet, unless you have more, I'm
Oh.
sorry, nope.
Yeah, we're sort of running out of time, but
Okay,
anyway.
so real quick, the other sheet I gave you was cost containment.
Yes, oh, yeah.
And I just want to make sure I hit that real quick. Our budget zeroes out cost containment.
Yes.
And there were 4 positions in there and it's being zeroed out. My understanding is that judiciary has voted and maybe the House has and sent to you not doing that.
Yes.
And so if we go back to the way this was done before 2019, we had 10 people working in cost containment back then. I have 4 left in cost containment. Most of them are not the they aren't the positions that had the skills to do things like go to court and do the things people did before. So we would have to hire up again. And I just I'm not expressing an opinion on whether you should repeal cost containment or reverse it, and because that's a policy choice. But if you pursue this policy, well, we can't do it with what we have because we don't have what we have. So this is roughly what the budget would look like if that bill passes. I'm sorry.
Right. Which
What
we
it would
don't
need
like
to look
'cause
like if
it's
that bill
negative.
passes is we had 10, I'm not asking for 10, and I'm asking to ramp up. And the second piece is I just want everyone to sort of be on notice that we're not flipping a switch on revenue. Cases ticked down as fewer and fewer people were collected from. And what the legislation would do is reverse it so they would tick up. And it's not 0 to 60 in 10 seconds. It's over, and Sherry put at the bottom of this, what collections were, 2020, we raised 2 million. This year, we're going to raise like 300 grand. And you can see it's just like down, and we would reverse that, but there's a lag, right? I got people to start when the law changes, but we won't collect money day one. And so there's probably a year lag on, we'll tick up slower than we hire. And so in this budget, it won't be net positive. And I don't want anyone to misunderstand. And so this is me putting on a sheet of paper, to be fair, it's Sherry putting on a sheet of paper where we are.
So it was actually positive in 2024, though, with these 4 people. Is
Yes. Because, if you think about it this way, there are a number of cases where, many of the people who are paying back funds or paying funds, and it's not a big number, but it's a number, are paying very small amounts of money over an enormously long period of time, like $10 a month for 10 years or something like that. And so, and frankly, a lot of the population who's paying back goes in and out of being able to pay, right? Have a job, don't have a job, for example. That's one situation, and it takes time. But some of the money just comes in. They develop a payment plan, and they're just routinely sending $10, or in some cases, there's a debit out of their bank account, and it often is there, and so that happens.
Gotcha.
But it's going down not because we're not doing anything, but there's just fewer. And so if you didn't change anything and we stopped, like I would, the next person who everybody who leaves we didn't replace, we would go to 300 this year to probably 240 or less next year, and in 3 years we'd be collecting like 26 grand.
Right, but currently in the budget, it just goes to 0. So we're going to stop collecting.
We would stop collecting and stop spending.
Yes, both. Okay.
So this year we will spend roughly 370. We'll spend what we spent last year plus a little bit because of the 2% raise, COLA, and we'll collect at least 100 grand less.
Okay.
Literally every month we collect.
So this minus 372 for this year is not right. It's minus 100.
I don't know where you're looking. Oh, yes.
Budget. This is just
Yes.
budget spend, correct, yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. So we will think on that one.
And if you
All
need
right.
anything else, we're just a tunnel away.
All right. And back
2
to
actually.
back to DEI. Thank you very much.
an amendment.
Okay.
So. I think this is the last hurrah on HB2. Almost, no.
Oh,
We have
there's a
one
big
more.
list. I think.
No, but I mean, grayed out.
Oh, as far as this goes, yeah, from the governor's sections.
Yeah.
Well, what about Judy Aaron, or is this is it?
This is it.
This is it.
Da, 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 da.
Okay. What about group 2?
No, well, that's what I said, but we're almost grayed out. I'm very happy. There's almost nothing left.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying they're minimal things, but this is the big hump,
Okay.
which I'm gonna bring home today.
Yay.
Bring it home. I'm gonna bring it home. I know. Okay. If you wanna, whenever you're ready for me to be recognized, you can kick this in.
All right. So who am I recognizing?
Well, you can start with me.
All right. All right. Representative Ebel has an
Okay.
amendment.
Yes. Mr. Chair and division members, I'm very happy to bring to you an amendment to the governor's version of HB2, which revises what was in her budget, but it creates the site evaluation commission for major solid waste facilities. And what you see here, and I can lay no claim to this, I want to really thank the folks at DES and also the members of the Environment and Ag Committee on the work that they put into this amendment, because it reflects initiatives taken at the committee level, and it's put them together with the innovative approach that DES and the governor has come up with to sort of break through, I would say, a lot of the difficulties we've had for the last several years with respect to solid waste facility placement, and in particular landfills. And they'll describe it to you in a little bit more detail than I will. But the high point that I just want to say is that we've been really struggling with the moratorium provision for landfills. The governor had originally put a year in here, but through communication with E&A, and I believe the governor's office, there is a 3-year moratorium for landfills in here. But other sorts of major solid waste facilities stay with the 1 year, or when the rules for this committee are completed, whichever is later. So with that, I'll turn it over to DES, but I just really want to thank them for all their work on this, and they've communicated with me a lot, and I appreciate it.
There you go.
Absolutely. Well, Adam Crapo, the Assistant Commissioner at DES here. So I just want to highlight a few changes from the governor's version. I know we went over the governor's version in a prior meeting, so happy to go over a few of those points again if you'd like. But really the major change, there's a few major changes. One is the 3-year moratorium. It retains the 1-year moratorium for all solid waste facilities, whether it's transfer stations, and this is anything with 100,000 tons of throughput or more. So that would be 100,000 tons of waste going either through the facility or being disposed of at the facility. So it retains that 1 year for everything. And then it has a 3-year for just landfills, which we have a handful in the state. And those would be, there would be a moratorium on new landfills for 3 years. Beyond.
Did you just say that no more transfer stations? What did you?
No. This would be a 1-year moratorium on very large solid waste facilities. So that includes transfer stations, but that's only for 1 year until this gets up and running.
But new ones.
New ones.
New ones, not.
Okay.
New large ones.
So 100,000 tons.
Right.
100,000 tons, yeah.
Okay. How many? So we said that all of the people of New Hampshire create What did we say, 1.1 million tons? Okay, so it's a little less than a ton a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I might, important to understand that what we all think of as transfer station, like your municipal transfer station, they would virtually all fall below this. This is a relatively small number of commercial facilities that have very high throughputs. So there is such a thing as a commercial transfer station that could take an MSW or C&D or whatever it might be, and could take, dozens of truckloads a day. But that does not describe the municipal transfer stations that you're likely familiar
I
with.
understand. Thank you.
Additionally, it requires it allows the committee to require a third-party independent review of studies such as visual impacts, economic development studies that a landfill proposal the developer might bring in. It would allow the committee to require that. So that's something that the E&A folks felt very strongly about. It would ensure that no members of the committee could receive income from applicants of these types of facilities. So that's a component that they care deeply about, and it adds a few additional criteria such as reviewing impacts to wildlife, human health, and potential benefits such as the economic improvements in infrastructure improvements that a new facility could bring. So what this is really attempting to do is meld some of the concepts in HB 215, which is a bill that the E&A committee felt very strongly about, into this SEC concept. And so that's really what we tried to achieve here. And at the end of the day, after going back and forth once or twice with them, they felt very comfortable in my assessment with this amendment.
Okay, Representative Evil.
Yeah, and I just want to confirm what he said. I've had communications with members of that, the chair, Representative Aaron, the ranking member, people on both sides of the aisle. I just want to point out that HB 215 did pass the House on the consent calendar and was the bill that was here. So really, in the melding of that bill in here, it's representing the House position, which I think is important. So the one piece that I did want to mention, or Adam, you can talk a little bit more about it. In the governor's portion of the bill on this, there was a section in here that allowed the SEC to go to fiscal if they exceeded their funding. And recognizing that you, as the chair, had some sensitivity to that, we removed that from this draft. But Adam, if you wanted to talk a little, I just wanted to point out the fact that that is not in this, and it was in the governor's section. And Adam, you can talk about it.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So a lot of this was modeled after how the existing energy facilities SEC currently operates, and that was a provision in their statute that they, I believe, rarely utilize. It's a self-sufficient structure as well. They operate off of filing fees and things of that nature. But in the event that, a very controversial project comes before this type of committee, they may have more hearings and more public meetings than maybe other projects that would come before them. And so I think the idea is to have a release valve for them to be able to pay, because the members of this would be paid around $50 a day. The public members would be, for their time. And if it were to run over the cost of the filing fees, the revenue that they would get from that, they would be able to go to the fiscal committee to request additional funding if it ever came to that. And in looking at the numbers and how this is structured, I anticipate that would be a very rare thing. But it could happen, right? So,
but they're only being paid when they're in
for their time on the committee during the days that they meet.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions, Representative Rowe?
Just a quick one on page 13, line 21, how long do you anticipate it would take for rules to be developed?
So I anticipate that it would take some time for probably the governor's office to, nominate and the governor and council to confirm members of the committee. The traditional rulemaking process typically takes anywhere between 6 months to a year. So we thought a year would be sufficient. And if it does go over a year, I can't imagine it would take more than 18 months to develop rules if they're quick in appointing members to this. The intent is to have the department help them develop rules to ensure that they have the proper things in there, and they have the support from the department on that, at least in the beginning until they get up and running. And then they would have, they would work with the SEC, the current SEC administrator. That person's time would be split between the PUC and the existing SEC. But the intent would be we would help them with rulemaking.
Okay, so that July 1st date that's listed, because it says until rules are adopted by the committee or until July 1st, 2026, whichever is later. So it could be likely that it would be later then.
It could be later. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure who I should address this question to, maybe Representative Ebel. I'm looking at page 13 where the solid waste permit application is suspended up till July 1st. So solid waste disposals, that also include transfer facilities. I understand reading Roman numeral 2, it says new landfill facilities, but say they wanted to put a transfer facility in Salem, in Representative Sweeney's town, to transfer material into Massachusetts to have it sent out to another facility. Would that be affected by this legislation?
If it has 100,000 tons of throughput or more, then yes, it would be affected. But it's very, I don't know of any proposals that are being proposed there. But Mike can speak to I think you can speak to the number of applications and how frequently we get these types of things in the department.
Sure, it would only be subject to the 1-year suspension. So if it were not a landfill, it would only be subject to the 1-year suspension. And they would be able to submit an application and the agency could, review it for completeness, but we could never act on it until it had gone through the SWEPSEC and then our process.
Further questions?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I've actually become aware of a facility that might be located in the Concord area that would exceed this 100,000. So they would be prevented from doing anything for a year. Is that correct?
They wouldn't be prevented from doing anything. We would not be able to render a decision on the permit. But to be fair, a facility of that size and significance is going to take more than a year to get through a permit process anyways, more than likely.
Okay, thanks.
And the purpose of the year delay is so that you can get your rules and the site evaluation and all this stuff in place.
Exactly. It's so that
you
you
don't
have
want anybody to go through the old system.
Right. We need to have a process that's governed by rules in order to, what we're really creating now is a bifurcated process where a applicant goes through the SWEPSEC first to make sure that all the broader issues, planning related issues, impacts, net public benefit concept, and citing are satisfied. And then once that decision is made, and for that, you need those rules in place. And then once that decision is made, then it would go through the normal existing permitting processes, either in solid waste or wetlands or what have you.
Thank you. Other questions?
I don't have a question, but would it be fair to say that along the lines of your revised permitting procedures, that is in another part of HB2, the concept here is also to make this more streamlined and for businesses so it can go forward in more of a straightforward fashion perhaps than it does now. To be,
I would say the parts of HB2 earlier on are intended to provide a streamlined path forward for, certainly our alteration of our land resource management permits, the land use permits. This process is putting an additional layer of oversight on new facilities, large facilities. But I think the intention here is to make sure that they have the proper oversight, on things that the department and other state agencies don't currently consider, such as aesthetics, economic development of the region, tourism. There are a bunch of different considerations that are not considered in our phase of a permit application for a new solid waste facility. And I think the governor's view, and I don't want to speak on her behalf, but my sense is the governor's view is that these types of facilities need an additional layer of oversight so that we're ensuring that it doesn't have a negative impact on the region. So I think that's what I'd say about it.
right, but in the SEC kind of a format, it should be helpful overall.
I think it
to
would be.
businesses.
I think it will be helpful to prepare them for our part because SEC is going first. That's part of this amendment. The governor's version had it last in the process. It is moving it. It's front loading it in the process. It will help them prepare a better application, and eventually it will likely, if it's a proposal that maybe they're not ready to come to the department with, it may help them in the long term save money, right? Because then they're not wasting time, on the local processes and other pieces of the process. Whereas they kind of find out up front, this isn't a site that should have a landfill on it.
Well,
right?
and then there's a lot of community members, obviously, that have a lot of interest too. So it seems like a more manageable situation for everybody.
Correct.
I mean, I can move this whenever you like, Mr. Chair.
I'm ready.
All right. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move amendment 1117H, and I think I've spoken enough to my motion.
I'll second it.
All right. Representative Evil moves House Bill 2 Amendment 1111H, seconded by Representative Rung.
I think it's 1117.
I'm sorry, 11117H.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yes, question from discussion,
Yeah,
Representative.
thank you,
Campbell.
Mr. Chair. So does this amendment supersede there was a previous one on solid waste, 0954H?
Oh, that was on the fund. Those-
Yeah, that's
No.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
is that different?
That's
It's
different.
different.
That's on fees. This is just the creation and operation
Of
of
the
this
committee.
new.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other questions or discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? All right, looks unanimous, yes? No? Huh? Well, one opposed, okay, very good. All right, so, great, thank you. Anything more for DES? No?
Not today. I'm
Not
sure
today?
they're sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we haven't got to the back of the budget part yet. All right. So, good. So, thank you.
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, yeah, so we can cross out those two items on our House Bill 2 list, wherever that is.
It's a good one to gray out.
Yeah,
Sections 19 and 20.
sections 19 and 20.
Do
So,
we need to make motion?
no, that's what it was in the thing. We're all set. Okay, now, I just wanted to talk to you guys about scheduling. So, we're having a conflict. I asked the speaker to give us Wednesday off so that we could have 4 more days to work, but essentially we've been refused. So they would like us all to be in session on Wednesday. And so that means basically we have 3 working days, the rest of today, but also 3 more working days, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday to finish. Okay? And so I'd like you to expect Tuesday and possibly Monday to be very long days, because at some point when we get toward the end, we're going to have to be communicating with other divisions and figure out, what our grand totals are and how close to balance we are, and then possibly make adjustments to things that are somewhat variable, right, to make the budget balance. So hopefully we can be all done Tuesday, but I'd like you to, it could be a late night. I could bring in pizza and, do that kind of stuff. So just be aware, okay? Because basically we talked, once the speaker said he wants us there Wednesday, we talked to LBA, what about Friday? But they're very much against that. They really need Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to get ready for full house presentation on Monday, right? So,
Or
yes, Friday the 28th.
full finance presentation.
Yes, right. This Friday, we only have half a day. So it's really 2.5 days, or maybe a half a day and 2 long days maybe equals 3 days or something.
Plus we have bills, right?
We have bills that afternoon, yeah. We have more bills.
Yep, bills
and
are
we
Monday
have old
morning.
bills too, so.
I scheduled bills. We had talked Friday, but I shifted it to Monday morning. This way, whatever
bills are
work we
Monday?
can get done, whatever work we can get done on Friday, that will allow Jack and I to get those amendments going and get them
Mr.
ready.
Chair.
Representative Griffin.
Yeah, I don't know where everybody lives. If you live up in Coas County, my suggestion probably isn't that appropriate, but I don't see why we couldn't start at 9 o'clock for a few days.
Yeah,
Pick up an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with
What do the
that.
people from Peterborough think?
I mean, under the circumstances.
Okay, so we'll schedule Monday and Tuesday, starting at 9?
Okay, I'll have
Okay.
Janet switch the calendar.
Yeah, she better do it now, though. right?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what days are full finance when we'll be execing?
Well, I believe
What,
it's Wednesday and Thursday, but we
But-
need to do presentations. So it's possible that, I think we're meeting essentially all 4 days the following week, right?
see what the chair says. That's next week. That's next week.
But the week after that, we have 4 days for full finance, I think. Yeah. And so what I understand is Monday and Tuesday will be the division presentations to the committee, but, and Thursday will be the exec day mainly, and Wednesday's sort of there in case there's last minute changes for LBA to create. So
And so we won't be in session on.
there will not be a
3rd.
session April
On
3rd.
the 3rd.
The
Okay.
speaker has told me that for sure, so. Yeah, because that's the day that's our deadline, and so we can exec that day.
So on the 31st, Monday the 31st, that's full finance all day.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, at this point, what is the amount that we're trying to come up with for cuts from the governor's budget? Are you
Yeah,
able
so-
to say that?
Yeah, so, like I said, from the beginning, our number has been 770 million. That does not include the gambling revenue. So if we accept something like the governor's gambling revenue, that's a significant off of that. But it's still a big number. And then there's the question of the question of the YDC settlement, of the Group 2 pension stuff. All those things are still up in the air. And so, but for this division, I would like to bring in a total of 200 million. And we haven't seen the big numbers yet, but I have a fairly good plan, I think, for corrections. I don't know if that's ready, probably not, but not ready yet. Okay. And then we have our other things that we've talked about, like the renewable energy fund and some other things. Yeah.
Is corrections coming in?
I don't think so. I think we're just gonna do what we're gonna do.
Yeah, we have not invited any agencies in to speak on their budget.
Yeah.
If you'd like anybody to be invited in, just let us know. We'll give a call.
Yeah.
But as of right now, no one's scheduled.
Okay. Representative Munns.
I know that representatives from the Judicial Council are very interested. Are they going to have a chance to come in, or?
All they want is more, and I don't think anybody is getting more. So, but I'm hoping to just give them what's in the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess this question is for Melissa and Jack, but that 200 million will include any increased revenues we're
course.
anticipating from
Absolutely.
fees?
Like the
Okay.
things we voted on today, for example. Absolutely. Yes. Okay. Other, so that's general stuff. All right. So let's see what we got from Melissa that's ready.
So we have a couple of things we can take up. Jack's going to bring you your list of what's prepared and what is ready to talk about.
Sure. Yeah, so we decide, well, a suggestion is a back of the budget cut, both for the legislature and the office of the governor, just to show that we're all in this together kind of thing. So we have an amendment, I'll offer it, 1088, which is a $500,000 a year back of the budget cut for the legislative branch. Yeah. And just to, we can look at what their total funding is, or our total funding. It's on page 13. Representative Ebel.
I wondered whether you had discussed this potentiality with the
Yes.
Speaker's office or the Senate President's office.
Yes, with
what
the
their
with
thought
the
was.
with the House Chief of Staff and others.
Yeah.
Yes. And they're the ones who suggested the back of the budget thing. So.
And you talked about the amount with them?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I even talked about a bigger amount.
So what you're saying is they're not,
There was not heartburn, I guess, is
Okay. Well, that's
the point. But, we're talking about here 2.5% or something like that. Page 13, total funds for the legislative branch are 22 million. So, scheduled to go up, looks like close to 10% from what they actually spent in 2024. So this is, just less of an increase over actual in 2024. So I wouldn't have, if worse comes to worse, I could even double this, I think. But, that's,
How many of us get periodic updates and emails? I know I get them.
I get them.
We get them very often, and we see how much has been spent, how much was carried forward.
Right.
And it's almost a couple million every budget, carrying a couple million forward. So, yeah, there's room.
okay. All right,
I make a motion to pass Amendment 2025 1088H to House Bill 1.
okay.
I'll second it.
All right, so it's moved by Representative, Amendment 1088, moved by Representative Cambrell, second by Representative Ebel. Any discussion? No? All in favor? All right, looks unanimous. Thank you. All right, so next, the governor's budget is similarly, I think it's the first page. No, it's later. Let's see, where is this?
Mr. Chair, can I
Yes,
just
go ahead.
ask procedurally? So we voted on this amendment.
Wait,
Do we also, are we voting separately to approve their budget, or do you have a Or do you do that separately, or how does that work, as it is in HB1?
Well, it traditionally hasn't even come to the legislature. It's been done by the Facilities Committee.
We'll do whatever Melissa would prefer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more streamlined, it seems like.
Yeah, I was taking that vote as this is what their budget is, that we're cutting it back. But if you want to say, let's all vote on the legislative branch as is with the back of the budget cut, if we say it in that sentence, then we can officially check it off
Okay,
the list.
all right. You want to make a
Wants to
motion on that?
restate it.
All right, so yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to pass Amendment 2025-1089H to House Bill 1.
Okay. And accept the rest of the governor's budget.
And to accept the rest of the governor's budget as presented.
Okay.
Okay, second.
All right. So this is on page 20. So this is a $50,000 a year. And again, it's from a pretty high number, right? They actually only spent, they must have had some vacancies, right? Because they only spent 2.7 million in 2024, and they're budgeted for 3.5. So this is this is a token amount.
So you obviously didn't do a 4% cut.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm looking at it, page 14, opposite the governor. Is that 1036? Is that the,
1030.
I think you were looking at executive department.
Oh, am I on the wrong
You
page?
were looking at executive department, I think.
Yeah, executive department. No?
well, office of the governor is
Oh, I see, because this got
some
all the little
commissions
commissions and stuff. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. So we're not this is the governor's office, not, yeah. You're right. You're right. Page 14. Sorry about that. It's still a large increase, but anyway. Right, so they're, from what they actually spent in 2024, they're budgeted for a $500,000 increase, not quite, 450. But that's interesting. All spent on one person. I want that job. I think it must be all consultants or something. I don't know. That's a little strange, but anyway. Looks like the person number isn't right.
Yeah, the benefits went up quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, benefits went up for anyways, so it's a token amount, but it's something, okay? So, right, so moved by Representative Cambrils to accept Amendment 1089, and as well as, I guess this is Accounting Unit 1036, and seconded by Representative Ebel. Okay? All those in favor? Yes, okay, good.
I'm gonna just throw wrenches into this
Oh, no.
for you.
What happened?
I'm sorry. So the back of the budget cut, you are correct for the accounting unit, but for what you're voting on for the accounting unit, it's 210. It's the executive office.
210.
Because that also picks up,
Where
goes
is
all
that?
the way to page 15. So that when you're looking at the code up top, it goes 01, 02, 02, and then it's 020010. If you guys see that.
What about,
And that ends
I-
on page 15.
all right, so the Commission on Disability is.
Separate. They're a separate.
Okay.
They're a separate budget item. So you'll see that one switches to a different accounting unit. So we're voting on the executive office.
Which supposedly has only one classified and one unclassified.
So which do you think is right?
You guys are you're just about there. We're just voting on, it's pages 13 to pages 15, accounting unit 210, which is the executive office, which includes the office of the governor.
But what's this behavioral health stuff? We don't want that, do we?
That's part of the executive office.
So what's the total we're taking the 50K away from?
That is out of accounting unit 1036
Yes.
on page 14.
But she thinks we're also approving this off-substance use disorders behavioral health budget.
It's all, that's all part of the governor's budget.
That's all part of the governor's budget.
Which we don't even know what it is, right?
Well, they don't show any people there.
No. It's, well, it's weird because it does have salaries,
Yeah,
but,
it is weird.
but there's no count. Yeah.
I mean,
Remember one
it-
time Governor Benson told us we were spending way too much. We vetoed the budget. We negotiated for 6 months. He finally settled when we gave him 600,000 more for his executive office. Everybody has their priorities. They don't always tell you what they are.
No, I think we're all right so far, no?
If you wanna, I mean, if you wanna hold off on that, we can hold off on
Yeah.
that. We typically have not done anything with the executive office. We don't have the governor and speak to their budget. We normally vote on it as a whole, which includes this line item.
Well, but I have
if you
another
wanna-
item to get rid of the aging thing. Isn't that part of this?
They
too?
are not. So this ends at the separate accounting unit. So like I said, the executive office ends on the top of page 15.
Okay.
When you go to the next section where it says Governor's Commission on Disability, you can see that's part of the executive department. That's not part of the executive office.
Oh,
It's
I see.
separate. Those are the
All
lines
right.
that I'm talking about.
Fine.
The executive office is the governor's office.
Okay, so I'll move that we accept the governor's executive office. Is this accounting unit 210? Is that
Yes.
what we're talking about?
Yep.
Okay. 210, including the amendment we just passed.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay. All right. All those in favor? All right. It's good. Unanimous. All right. Now, recommended increase, decrease. Okay. This is a good looking page here. Yeah. So, which of these things we haven't voted on, right? Well, I know we haven't voted on line 2 for sure. Okay.
So yes, so just to pull up this sheet, I tried to throw together something, just a quick idea of kind of what we've done, what we're looking at with a couple of additions in. So we voted on everything except the retirement and the YDC, but I wanted to put them on there because one, with retirement, there was just a little bit of confusion because the governor's budget came out and she had the funding in 2 places and that wasn't intentional. So we do have a HB1 amendment to take the money out of HB1 because that's the duplicate source. It should not be in there. That was just an error in the budget.
Right.
So
Yeah, that was in the treasurer's account, right? Or-
it was in the retirement
Oh, the
account,
retirement
but
account,
typically
the
you're not
retirement.
putting an appropriation
no.
in straight into
Yes.
an agency's budget.
And it was
It's
also
normally a
on
general
our
fund.
surplus statement for House Bill 2.
Correct. So on the
Yes, right.
surplus statement for House Bill 2, it is 5 and 27.9 million. However, once we did the actuarial analysis, that's based on 27.5 per year. So that's why you have a negative up on line 2 because we need to take that out. That shouldn't be there. It's not appropriate to put it there. We don't typically budget like that. So that removing that, just so it's on the record, that is not removing retirement. That is just removing the duplicate funding that is in the bill.
Gotcha.
So we can vote on,
Did we vote on number 1, the travel and tourism?
the travel and tourism is all done.
Okay.
This retirement one, Jack has it. We can vote on that piece just to clean up HB1 to
Fine.
get us sort of back to square one.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that is not touching anything to do with the retirement bill. It's literally just cleaning up the dollars. We've done the aging, repeal Commission on Aging. That's the savings from that. We voted to, or the division voted to repeal the Housing Appeals Board, you have the savings there. The voting, the committee has voted for the DES permitting positions. That's all stuff we did earlier in the week. This was prepared before the fees, so the fees are not on here. Moving down to HB2 items, the committee already voted to move the Cannon Mountain funds from 26 to 25, so that's why you see the addition in 26, but the reduction in 25. And then I added on here the retirement appropriation, which reflects currently what is in HB2 in the governor's language, which is a 27.5 million per year. I also threw the YDC fund settlement on there because we've discussed that on the record multiple times, so it seemed appropriate to put that on here. And then the last item is the sale of the Laconia property. We removed that language out of HB2, which will now assume the sale happens in 27. We would pick up the almost 10 million in fiscal year 27.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So why don't we do this House Bill 1 amendment, the one that's in front of us? Yeah. This is just fixing the double counting aspect of it. All right. You want me to move it? I'll move this one. So I'll move this House Bill 1 amendment dated the 18th, and that removes 5 million the first year and 27.9 million the second year from the retirement systems budget.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. On page 155. Representative Evil.
All I want to say is I just want to clarify once again, this is not removing retirement that we're discussing as part of HB2. We're just removing a duplicative entry.
Absolutely.
That's 100%
Okay,
correct.
so.
Okay. So any further discussion? No? All in favor? Okay, good. So that's number 2 on this list here. Okay. So, so if you in the back of your mind subtract off this 205, we are actually we've saved 70, I guess, is kind of where we at here. So we have like 130 to go before we can start spending these other things. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, good. So do we have any other ready things?
We have your list, so you tell
Yeah.
us which
Oh,
ones
yeah,
you
this
would.
big list here.
Yeah, let us know which ones.
Okay, how about, so we just did 1 and 2, how about 3?
So the option that I have drafted is repealing it entirely, or you can suspend it and pull from the dedicated fund as well. This is the governor's scholarship fund.
Right. Now, where is that in the budget? It's in the treasurer's.
Yeah, page
section.
149 to 150.
You say you're 3, we don't have a copy of that.
Oh, you don't have this? List of amendments ready to be voted?
We didn't know what you wanted to share because those are
Oh.
your amendments.
Oh, these are my amendments.
Yes.
I see. So it's a secret thing here.
I can read it.
He can read it, she can read it, okay. All right, well, we'll just hand it out. So what we're talking about here is the Governor's Scholarship Fund, right? So this is on page, what did he say, 140 something, right? 149 in House Bill 1. Yes,
We had a deal with them.
we had a deal, yeah.
They took another big chunk of something else. We were taking this because we filed it.
This is ours. Okay, so if you see on line 107, next to the bottom of page 149, there's 2.7 there. Okay. Okay, so page 149. Yes. Okay. And so this is a scholarship program that some people apply for a scholarship, they can get $1,000. I guess it's there are two classes, right? If their grades are good and so on, they can get $2,000 a year, and if everybody can get $1,000 a year, and there's a certain. We think there's commitments, right? I mean, this doesn't show it.
Representative?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm in discussion with the treasurer about that. She doesn't have the final number yet, but I will get that hopefully soon.
Okay, so maybe we should, well, we can, the fund is certainly big enough to handle any commitments that it has made in the past. So we can vote for the House Bill 1 change, which is not to put more money into this fund. Okay? So for this biennium, because we're short, we don't have to fund this extra. It doesn't yet mean that they can't award new things, but there's an amendment here if we want to simply end this program altogether. So go ahead, Representative Campbell.
Well, you see, 2024, they had 69 commitments. Is that correct? And even at $2,000 a piece, that's nothing. And the balance is
No. Those are dollars.
69 million? Or
$69.
Oh, dollars. Okay, so
So,
there's
I guess-
14 million in the budget, the point being, to your point, that even if they make commitments, there's plenty of
Yes.
money in there.
And there's something weird going on there. So it looks as though they had been spending at the 4 million level per year, right? If you look at the older years there. But the way this works is people who are, if somebody was a freshman this year, then they'll be a sophomore, then they'll be a junior and a senior. And so you could go like 4 million for the first year and 3 and then 2 and then 1 like that, right? So there's plenty of money for that, we think. Okay. Anyways, so that's what this is about. Yes, Representative Brown.
I mean, this is the first I'm seeing this, so I need to get more educated on it. But I am familiar with the New Hampshire Scholar Program, and it is a very important program that keeps students from their freshman year all through graduation on a good path. And considering that we've made cuts to UNH, that tuition's going to go up. I think for these types of students, I would not want to burden them more by taking away their opportunity to access this scholarship.
We're not taking away.
Yeah.
It's more than slightly, it's over $14 million.
Well, we don't know yet, so. So this is,
They can't go up tuition because they won't get the same number of students.
all right. Number one, when you're speaking, please push your button, okay? So the people at home can follow along. All right, and we can go one at a time. Who would like to speak about this? Okay, Representative Evil, then Representative Rowe.
I would like you to describe for us, as though we hadn't heard about it before, what exactly this is and how it is funded as a starting point. I mean, is it
Okay.
only funded? Okay,
So-
just a thumbnail, because it'll ring bells.
Okay, so it's all in front of you on this dedicated fund sheet. Governor's Scholarship Program provides financial assistance to eligible New Hampshire high school graduates or recent high school graduates who enroll full-time in a college of their choice within New Hampshire, okay? And so any first-year full-time Pell Grant eligible student who earns the New Hampshire Scholar designation, so that's has something to do with grades, I think, and also is in residence in New Hampshire, is eligible for an award of up to $2,000 per year for up to 4 years. Other ones, $1,000 per year for up to 4 years. And they can, basically use it as they need it, right? So if you want to know more, there's RSA 4-C 31 through 34.
And it's funded entirely by general
It's all
funds?
entirely by general funds, yeah.
Okay.
So if you look at the next page, page 150, source of funds, general funds.
Okay.
Yes, Representative Campbell.
Yeah,
Well,
so if,
oh,
if you, if you read the thing, the reason why, I'm in favor of this is, it's very limited, the students that get this. They have to be first-year students, and they also have to be applying to a New Hampshire college. So the pool is very small. And once you're a sophomore, you cannot apply for it. It's first-year students only. So, and as you know, our student populations have been declining. So the fund continues to bring in 2.7 million a year. It's not needed. The balance has been growing, if you look at it, and presumably they're getting a good interest rate on that too. So again, it's a very small population that apply for this. So there's, in my opinion, there's no danger that any student will go unfunded that applies.
Yeah. And, okay, Representative Rung, then Representative Munz.
Well, I've seen this in action, and I think there's a lot of value to this program beyond the numbers, because what it does is it sets expectations, not just for these students, but their peers will see that these students have to take a more rigorous curriculum. It raises our standards, raises our bars for every single New Hampshire high school that participates in this. And so, yes, there are specific students who will be awarded the scholarship, who meet who've met the expectations. They go to school in New Hampshire, which is something we need to work more on because we have such a drain of youth. They leave to go to colleges elsewhere. They meet someone, the rest is history. They live happily ever after, but they never come back to New Hampshire. So by keeping our best and our brightest in the state, giving them a little help that the scholarship provides, not only meets the goals that we want to achieve in New Hampshire, but it also influences thousands and thousands of other students who are now in their peer group and who look to them as role models. By raising the boats of some, it raises the boats for all.
All right, Representative Munz, then Representative Campbell.
I just want,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, one thing, and far be it for me to correct a fellow committee member, but if you read the explanation of who is eligible, somebody that applies as a first-year student can get an award of up to either 1,000 or 2,000 per year for up to 4 years. So it's a 4-year benefit.
One at a time.
Just echoing what Representative Rung said. I mean, we have the highest, one of the highest, if not the highest, in-state tuition at our public university in the country. And as a result of that, we're driving people away from the state. My own niece lives in Barrington, New Hampshire, which is just down the road from UNH. She's now going to the University of South Carolina because it's cheaper to go to South Carolina than to go to UNH. And, as Representative Rung said, chances are she'll meet somebody in South Carolina and then, that's it. And the moment she stays in South Carolina, her parents will move to South Carolina. So that's the kind of, brain drain that we have to really work to try to stop. And, this is a program that, if it's administered correctly, could certainly help with that. I mean, one of the concerns that I guess I would have, and I think one of the questions we should be asking, rather than talking about cutting the funding, is why have we only had 69 commitments? I mean, have we?
That's dollars.
Okay.
That's, it's more like 4 million a year in reality.
All right. So, thank you, Stan. Thank you for being corrected there. But this is exactly the kind of program that we need to try to encourage people to stay in New Hampshire and get an education in New Hampshire.
Okay. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with everything that Representative Munz said and everything that Representative Rung said. Totally agree. The point you're missing is that I would even go as far as doubling the amounts that they're giving these students, because I agree with everything you say. The point is that the fund is well funded, and we can afford to not put money in for the next 2 years, and they'll still have a surplus of money. That's why I believe we should do this. Just cut out the additional funding for 2 years. The balance will still be hefty when we're done.
All right.
And then we're going to resume again. 3 years from now, they can resume, assuming that we've averted the fiscal crisis, they can go back to the deposits that they were making previously.
Representative Weiler.
Thank you. So I've been involved with a lot of scholarship funds through the years. I was in an organization that 40 years ago, someone gave us $6,000 to give $100 scholarships a year. No one even bothers. $100. And it's getting that way now with even $1,000. I mean, $18,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year. I don't have time to bother with going after 1,000 or 2,000. What good is it? It's a waste of time. And I've got to go for 20, 30,000 in scholarships. So if I can't get that, I'll go somewhere else. So the reason it's it isn't worth the time of the student to put in all the work it has to do to get $2,000 and then, or 1,000, and then you pay 18,000 or 50,000 in scholarship funds or for your tuition rather. So, yeah, I don't have the time to bother. That's what I've heard from some that don't even though we've made our organization's scholarship $500, no one bothers.
Okay. Representative Ewell.
Now, I just, so for 2023, did they actually pay out nothing?
We can find out.
I
if
mean,
you really want to.
I worry a little bit that the ending balance number isn't really correct. I can't imagine for 23, they only had 5 commitments when in the 2 previous years, it was over $4 million a year.
Representative McGuire,
so-
can I add just
Go
a little
ahead.
bit whenever you're ready? I just
Yeah,
have a
go
couple
ahead,
things to say.
Melissa.
So when the treasurer came in, she did talk about this program and she did talk about how over the last couple of years, they have been constrained by the requirements that are within the current bill that you Representative McGuire just had read, that there's not enough students applying for this because they do not qualify. So when you're looking at commitments, just to echo it again, that is dollars, that is not people.
Right.
I believe she was stating that they haven't been able to give out, no one has been applying because people don't fall into this tight parameter that is currently written up. There's just not enough people in there. I believe they were looking at changing those requirements. They do have some commitments, but if you do want to move forth with this, we will, on the surplus statement, get a final number at the end, but we can make an estimate that as of right now, we're probably somewhere between 10 and $12 million is probably what you would take from this fund. And then if you're not repealing it, the fund would get in 26 an additional $2.7 million, and then in 27 an additional $2.7 million. So the fund would be built back up in 26 and 27. There is just a surplus of funds currently in the Governor's Scholarship Fund.
Right. So Representative Campbell's has the good point, right? The expenses have been under $2.5 million per year for these, what we see here. The revenue has been much less. The governor proposes the revenue be 2.7, nothing like what these revenue numbers are, right? So she essentially overfunded this, probably looked at expenses and said, well, I got to fund that. But the fund has this huge balance. Okay. I just want to say something more general. So I'm somebody who really had a fantastic experience in college. I was a college student for over 11 years, okay? But I was financially independent of my parents after 1 year. So I was a college student on my own for 10 years. And after I finished college, I became a college professor. That's how much I liked college, okay? I was a college professor for 4 years. But where do we get money? We take money from people involuntarily, and we give it to other people. And it can be justified that maybe we give it to people who are sick, people who are children, their services, right? Elderly people and so on. But this money is going to people in the prime of life, okay? These are young people, and whether you think the money that goes to college, to some extent, it benefits the student, but it also benefits the employee as well. All those people are not traditionally deserving of charity in the same way that Division 3 deals with, right? Or Division 2 deals with, all right? So I find it hard to justify this at a time when Division 3 is going to cut $300 million from the budget, okay? It's that simple. All right, so.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Because maybe I didn't hear this correctly. So is your amendment proposing to empty out the fund for 26 and 27 and then hopefully
We might
rebuild
have
it
to-
after
yes.
that?
So we might have to get to that, not today. Today, we're just saying, don't put any more in, okay? All right.
So that's the HB.
That's the House Bill 1 amendment, says, don't put any more into this fund for this biennium. Go ahead.
Although,
Representative
and again, maybe I'm misreading this, but the last 3 lines of the amendment say that the Treasury Department should transfer any uncommitted monies from the fund.
That's the House Bill 2 amendment. All I've moved is,
Oh, okay, sorry.
that's for discussion, okay? For discussion, this would end the program, okay?
All right. I'm sorry.
But for not discussion is, well, for discussion, but I mean, a separate thing is the House Bill 1 amendment, okay? Because we're still, on my list, we're at the House Bill 1 stage, although I guess, anyway. All right.
That's probably.
All right. So Representative Rung.
Yeah, I just want to make clear that the New Hampshire Scholars Program isn't just about giving scholarships. It raises the curriculum standards or the graduation standards for students in New Hampshire public high schools. It establishes behavioral expectations. Many students go through this program, never apply for the scholarship, but because they participated in the program, they are afforded a more rigorous education, and they also serve as a peer group for other students to mirror those academic and behavioral standards.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion? All right, let's, did I move this and have a second or not? Okay, so I'll move House Bill 1 amendment to Accounting Unit 1066 to remove 2.7 million a year spending from the general fund.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any further comments? No, all those in favor? Okay, looks like 6. And opposed? 3. Very good. Okay, we can check off another one. All right. General funds, oh, this is an interesting one. I'm not sure about this one. All right, do you have an amendment for number 4 here?
You already did that. That was removing it from House Bill 1, the 5 million in FY 26.
Okay.
27, 'cause of the
I
new-
thought you meant their new positions. So this is something we should talk about at some point, maybe now, as long as we're here. New Hampshire Retirement System has currently, 78 employees, and they want another 7 or something like this? New Hampshire, where is it? Retirement System, page 156. And I don't know that we've ever really said okay on this. Oh, it doesn't list it.
That's correct. They are not,
generally funded anyway, Mr. Chairman.
they are not state employees, so they are not listed in
Well,
the budget book.
when they were here and they asked the question, they said, I asked, are we authorized to control their employees? And they said yes. So I don't know.
Yeah, the information that we got, I mean, there's two things. One, they're not in the budget, so we can't do anything with them. We can't abolish, I'm talking positions. We can't abolish any positions. They are employees of the New Hampshire retirement system. They are not employees of the state of New Hampshire. So we don't have control over their budgets over their positions. To the other information that goes back and forth, I think Commissioner Arlinghouse was talking about this, and we did get some information on New Hampshire retirement system stating that I don't think we can cut their budget. There's some court cases on it. I think it's just an approval of a budget. They have a board that goes through their budget. They approve the budget. So the numbers that are in here is more to let us know what's going on, not necessarily something we can do anything with.
Yeah, so I was wondering about that. Okay, good. Liquor, number 5. So this goes with number 7 on my list for House Bill 2 as well. This is a bill that Representatives Leishman and Griffin had a couple of years ago. And it does, this is enforcement, liquor enforcement. Okay. This is about liquor enforcement, and so we had a suggestion to remove the Group 2 employees from liquor licensing, and then there's a bill to rename the enforcement division as the licensing division. There was a bill that didn't pass, I think, is what happened. Oh, I see. Yeah. Is that right? Yes, it was. Okay. So, so these positions being eliminated with the House Bill 1 amendment, those are the Group 2 employees, okay? And my excuse, if they ask for one, is that there's lots of jobs for Group 2 law enforcement, including in corrections. So, yeah.
One of the things we read in the audit, instead of going visiting.
Turn on your microphone.
What we read in the audit was instead of visiting all the places, the 1,400 places that were serving alcohol, they were only covering about half of them on a yearly basis. And there was one they went to as many as 35 times. And then they were always wanting to get involved with regular cops on automobile patrols, checking for sobriety tests. That was what they seemed to favor doing above all things, rather than what was described in the Liquor Commission. So we didn't see we were getting much law enforcement out of them.
Yeah. So I have a feeling that these 22 positions is something like $3 million a year. Is that? Oh, you have that.
Yeah, that's a very good estimate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even look at it. No. It's just, anyway. Okay, very good. Yes, Representative Griffin.
Yeah, I think Peter probably remembers this, but this Division 1, dealt with the budget years ago, and they were trying to set up, at that time, they were trying to set up a police force. They wanted 8 cruisers, and I think when they built those, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when they built those new stores on the highway, they actually built them with a separate section that they intended to use as like a police headquarters, a liquor police headquarters. And we took that all out of the budget back then. But here they are.
All right, Representative Weiler, then Representative Miles.
And after that audit, and we wanted quarterly updates on what they were doing, and it went on for some time. And about a year or two later, I was getting reports. They weren't giving me any report of how many establishments they'd visited. It was like, save someone on the side of the road, and saved a life here and saved a life that from a traffic accident. I thought, they're still trying to be cops. So, you know, it's not the intent of that, and it never should have been. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Munns.
So would we be, would we be firing the people, laying off the people
Yes.
that are in these positions?
Yes.
Why wouldn't we transfer them to like the corrections department?
Well, you can't tell somebody to, you know, you're going to do that job. You know,
Okay.
they can apply for it and get hired and all that. They may end up going to municipalities or other kinds of jobs. So it's up to the individual.
We've been to the academy.
Yeah. Representative Munns.
Representative Rung? Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Representative Rung.
That's all right. So I'm looking at the amendment, Mr. Chair, and on the first page on line 22, it says they shall make complaints for violation of this title. Who do they make the complaints to? Because they're not enforcing now, right? So we have these licensed specialists that will go to, let's say, a store that sells beer, the package store or something, and they see that the person has sold to a minor, and they make a complaint for, that would be a violation, correct, of the license, because they sold to someone underage. So they make a complaint, but it doesn't really say who they complain to. And then on page 2, on line 12, or line 11, it says violations of this subparagraph of this subparagraph shall be investigated by the licensing division of the Liquor Commission. So I'm assuming those are the same people. And directed to the Department of Justice for examination of issues unrelated to this title. I don't really get that part, what the Department
Well,
of Justice is going to do.
I understand.
And
So-
then the last part on page 3, I have questions about. On end of line 12, it says any person violating the provisions of any law may be prosecuted by the commission or any of its investigators as provided in this section, or by county or city attorneys, or by sheriffs or their deputies, or by police officials of town. So I guess if you can explain to me how that enforcement's going to work and who's going to have the primary responsibility for enforcing violations. Because it doesn't appear to me that the license specialist is going to do anything but observe if a violation's occurred or not and then pass that on to somebody else.
Right, or revoke somebody's license, right? Put them out of business.
Okay, is that in
I mean,
there?
that's what
that-
a licensing person does, right? They can sometimes do fines. They can take somebody's license away for a period of time. They can, right? They have those kind of powers.
So should it
just the
say
way-
here that if they observe a violation that the license is revoked?
That I don't know. I would assume that's in their
It's a-
rules, right?
It's
So-
within statute and rules that they have the ability to take someone's license away, and it lists the infractions. They can be like 30 days of lost liquor license, or longer, or total suspension. And they already have a licensing division now. It's not like we're looking to create a licensing division. They already exist.
So
Well, the division is now licensing and enforcement.
Right.
So it's
And
going
it
to be
would
just
just be
about
licensing.
licensing. That's the point. Representative Rung. And then
So,
Representative
right.
Griffin.
I mean, I see where the licensing division has control over suspending, revoking, or issuing a license, but it seems as though that with this new role, they're taking over enforcement, but they don't have that ability, and they're passing it on to someone else, but that's not really clear. They mentioned the Department of Justice on page 2, but then on page 3, it's supposed to go to county attorneys, city attorneys, sheriff's deputies. I'm just wondering what the expectation of this amendment is as far as the procedure for enforcing violations. Is it always going to be a revoke, always going to be a suspension? I think currently they have the ability to even arrest somebody, but that, obviously, they're not going to be doing that. So I'm just unclear about how different
Yeah.
violations
All
are
right,
going to be
thanks for the
treated.
question. Representative Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, we have other police forces. We have sheriff, we have local police, we have state police that can get into the really heavy cases. But typically, what I've seen over the years is when there's a violation, the person's license is suspended for a period of time, and usually based on how bad the violation is. So it might be suspended for a weekend or a week or longer than that. And that's typically what they use to enforce the law. If you get into a heavy case like, I don't know what, but you get the state police involved. We don't need a separate police force for the Liquor Commission.
Okay, Representative Weiler, then Representative Munt.
Similar power seems to be at the Department of Revenue Administration. They have tons of cigarettes they seize. They go around to a store, oh, it doesn't have the stamp. I'm taking these cigarettes. They don't have police power. They have licensing power and obviously, so I can't remember how many tons I was told of cigarettes that were impounded and supposedly destroyed. I don't know how they destroyed them, but.
Yeah, okay. Representative Munt.
Has the Liquor Commission had a chance to look at this, these potential changes to see if it's even if it's practical?
Well, again, it was a bill, right? So, and what happened when the bill was here?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
This was a bill years ago.
Okay.
Right? So, so yes, I mean, I guess they've seen it in that sense.
And what was their response? I mean, I'm not
I'm going to assume they don't like it.
Yeah, they weren't happy about it. They wanted to keep their police force.
and I would expect that, but I mean, did they give any opinion as to whether if we did in fact implement this, that, there aren't any things that we aren't anticipating that would make it completely unworkable?
Went to the Senate and got it back.
Okay.
Yeah. Representative Rung.
And I want you to know, I'm not opposed to this. I think there's a lot of advantages to it. But what my concern is I wish it was spelled out clearer that if this licensed specialist observes a criminal, like has the power to revoke or suspend, but if there are criminal violations that need to be elevated, the person will contact, the police department in that jurisdiction or something like that, because they mention all these people, even the Department of Justice. And I just think we need to have more guidance in statute about what would be expected if there was going to be brought a criminal complaint.
I mean, notice that all this is doing is a little bit of crossouts in existing statute, right? So it's not a big change in that sense. It's just that they wouldn't be arresting people is the main thing. Right? So, anybody else? All right. All right. So Representative Weiler moves Amendment 1115H to House Bill 2.
I'll second the motion.
Can I jump in?
Yes.
I just want to say, can you just move the amendment? However, on page 3, there is a date that didn't get updated. So we'll get a new amendment for it. We can vote on it today, but it looks like the update
Oh, yeah.
for 2023.
Yeah. Good catch. Line 5 on page, with a change to line 5 on page 3.
It should be 2026.
Should be 2026. Yes.
You earned your keep.
Okay. All right, we're happy with that. And yeah, because the effective date is right here. Now, did we, okay, so do you want to do it in conjunction with this one, or did we already do this one? We didn't already do this one.
We did not. We can do it. It's up to you, Mr. Chair, how you want to do it.
So, Representative Weiler, do you want to also move the amendment to the changes to HB1 at the same time? Okay. So, yes.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Representative Ebel.
So on this sheet of paper with all the positions, what is this business about the Developmental Disabilities Council that's listed
It's
on
something
here?
already in HB1. So it's the bold stuff is being added to that page.
Yeah, so HB1, you're absolutely correct, Representative McGuire. HB1 it's a little bit tricky the way they get laid in. We're hoping to make it different. But the way the sections work now is you just keep adding on to what is already in section 5. So in section 5,
So
the
we're not
current,
removing anything having to do with the disability.
you're voting on the add, the word after
Okay.
add.
In a sense, the governor removed that position.
Correct.
Oh, I
Okay.
see.
Right.
So you're just adding to.
Adding more positions
Adding
to-
more positions to remove.
Yes. Yeah.
Or removing more positions.
Abolishing positions, yeah.
We'll
yeah.
use that word.
Okay.
I just asked.
Huh?
Can I
Representative
ask
Griffin.
so we're changing the effective date to July 1, 2025, right?
No.
No?
January 1st. Generally speaking,
Okay.
so this is, again, giving them some time for planning
Yeah,
and
that
things
was
like
my,
that.
that was my question.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Change the financial impact on this sheet?
So
So you only get a half year of fiscal year 26?
These,
Yeah, those
I
are
was just
good
going to say,
questions.
these are not mutually exclusive. They're two separate pieces that can align together. So you could vote one in and not vote one in, or you could clean it up to be this. One is just change, the HB2 is just changing it to be licensing division, just changing the name. The other HB1 item is removing and cutting the enforcement division. They don't, you can pair them together, they go together in the sense that you're talking about enforcement and then you're talking about moving that to licensing and removing the positions, but they do not have to go together.
Right, and the layoffs, as is, the layoffs would happen July 1st.
Wouldn't it make sense to make this coincide with that? Because otherwise, you're going to have, in statute, them having enforcement capabilities that they don't have people for.
Right, so they just won't do it, right? So they won't make arrests, is what they won't do. But that's okay, I think, because I don't want to spend an extra $1.5 million
Yeah, how much? is
just
this
for
say?
that. This is saving $3 million a year.
A year. So a total of 6.
What I'm suggesting is then make this July 1st.
House Bill,
2025.
the House Bill 2 thing? You want to do that? All right. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the way I read it, only section 9 takes effect January 1st, 2026, which is about prosecutions. Every other section of the amendment would take effect when the budget takes effect, which is July 1st. Unless I'm reading that wrong with the smart people at LBA.
You are correct, and thank you for clarifying that.
Oh, yeah, so by January 1, 2026, you're delaying it from the signing date. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right, the effective date is just for section 9, which is on page 3, lines 5 through 15 on prosecutions. And that's where that date
Yeah,
needed to be.
and I can tell you the reason for this is, generally speaking, anything to do with law enforcement powers, right? Because this is effectively giving some of these powers to the county attorneys, the sheriffs, et cetera. And so they like to do those things on January 1st, once a year. So once a year, all police departments in New Hampshire retrain their personnel on the law changes that occurred that year. That's why this is done this way. But that's a good catch, yeah. So they don't want to tell those officials, they don't want to change their duties or whatever until January, so. Yeah. But I think we can do this as is. I'm okay with it, with that one change of the date, 2023 to 2026. Huh?
I hate to.
We're going to stop at 4 because we have our caucus at 4.
I hate to beat a dead horse, but
Yes.
I agree that the thing is written, section 9 becomes effective January 1, 2026.
Yes.
It's clear on page 4 and it's clear on page 3, but when does the rest of the bill become effective?
When House Bill 2 becomes effective.
Okay.
This is, remember, this is going to be part of House Bill
Thank
2,
you. Thank
which
you.
has its own effect. Representative Rao.
But the commission, in section 9, though, it does say, on line 12, any person violating the provisions of any law may be prosecuted by the commission or any of its investigators. So the commission still is maintaining enforcement along with its investigators, but in addition to the county, city attorneys, or whatever.
Yes.
So will have someone on staff to enforce violations.
Right,
Is it-
but in a licensing sort of way, right? Like, for example, OPLC does all kinds of investigations and licensing kinds of things, and they don't have any Group 2 employees per se to arrest people, right? So it's going to be like that. Okay. All right. So all set on voting for this?
Can I
Yes?
just make one
Yes,
comment?
Representative Evil.
I think a lot of you are a lot more up to speed on this particular issue than I know I am, and I don't think it's that bad of an idea, but I just don't feel prepared enough at this point to vote in favor, so I'll be voting against.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, looks like 7 and opposed 2. Very good. Thank you. So, yeah, I just want to go, we have a hard stop at 4 o'clock, so we should keep moving, I think. you know.
Representative Leishman, McGuire, I don't know, I just said Leishman, I'm sorry. I need some
Bless you.
caffeine.
Okay, yes.
I need caffeine. I just wanted to know if you wanted to take a vote on liquor's budget at this point, or if there was more.
On the rest of liquor?
Yeah, if
Guess
you're not
we're
okay, that's
with
fine,
that.
but
Yeah.
I just figure if it's one we can
I
take
didn't have
off.
any plans to, I figured this is enough of a haircut, so, you know. Okay, okay, are we all right? Huh?
It's a whiffle.
It's a whiffle? Okay. Well, yes and no, because the other Division 3 has that bit to change the drug and alcohol and stuff like that. So we'll approve it, except they're going to change it a little. Okay.
And you can put that caveat on the record.
Okay, very
Yeah.
good. So right now, some of the liquor funds are automatically go out to the Granite Advantage program and to drug and alcohol. And Division 3 has an amendment, I believe, that ends that automatic spending and makes those things come out of the general fund. It has no practical effect in terms of the budget going up or down, but it's just cleaner to not have this kind of automatic, this will go to that and this will go to that kind of thing, but just everything is budgeted normally. Because right now, those funds are not something that they would normally look at because they're not part of the general fund, but from now on they will. So anyway, so let's move, I'll move to approve the rest of the Liquor Commission's budget with that small caveat that those automatic payments for Drug and Alcohol Fund and Granted Advantage may be coming out due to a subsequent amendment. Okay. Okay, good. Any more discussion? All those in favor? Good. All right, opposed? 2 opposed. Okay, good. So 7 in favor, 2 opposed. So that's the Liquor Commission, which is, I guess, a House Bill 2 thing. You have a separate checklist or something for?
Yeah, liquor's all set.
Okay, fine.
Yep, you can check them off the
All right.
HB1, HB2 section.
So, I guess we'll wait on this scholarship fund, number 1. We'll wait on 2 and 3. What is House Bill 54?
That's the thing that you, That's the bill that you coordinated with the Chair Edwards. It had to do with the alternative
yeah.
treatment centers. You had your own amendment, I was told, for that.
Yes. Okay, why don't we put that one in? It really has no cost, but somehow it involves the Secretary of State, I think.
Right.
Right, so we might as well do that
I
one.
have an amendment.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so he had this bill in Division 3, but it probably should have come to Division 1 because it was a Secretary of State thing.
Right.
So we're kind of doing it instead of him.
I can move
Right.
this if you want
All
me
right,
to.
very good.
Okay, I'd like to move 1045H amendment, 1045H, which represents the text from HB 54, which passed the House quite enthusiastically.
Yeah. Does anybody, all right, second by Representative Ryan. So Representative Ebel moves Amendment 1045, seconded by Representative Rung. Any discussion? What this does is doesn't require the cannabis alternative treatment centers to change from nonprofits to for-profit corporations. Okay, so the net result of this might be that we get a little more BET and BPT from such entities. Jack, yes.
I would just suggest removing section 9, which is the effective date, just so it's effective July 1st. This says 60 days after.
Oh, okay, that's right. I actually had seen a note about that. So could I
All right.
amend my motion to include the changing of the effective date to upon signature of the budget?
So just remove section 9.
Entirely, okay, yep.
Okay, and a second. Okay, so we're voting on Amendment 1045H without section 9.
Right.
Any further questions? All those in favor? Okay, okay, one against? Okay, so 8 in favor and 1 against. Jose. Okay. So, Representative Campbell. All right, so let's go on to,
Representative McGuire,
yes,
can I do a quick cleanup?
Sure.
Point. We voted on a bill, the one that suspended the travel and tourism budget for BEA.
yes.
In the amendment, I noticed after we voted on it, it said means and rooms instead of meals and rooms. So I just want to let the committee know I had a replacement for that. So the amendment number that you voted on is a little bit different, but it's just for a cleanup. So I didn't want anybody to be surprised when there's a new amendment number.
Well, how is that? I thought it was just general funds, no? We're talking about the $7 million?
Yeah, it was just a spelling error in the amendment.
Okay. Sure, yeah.
Yes, it will be in the
That's
full
fine.
session packet.
Okay.
I just wanted to give you guys a heads up.
Okay, so next we have, I think we're not ready for number 5. Number 6, my favorite. This is my pound of flesh here. House Bill 581. All right. I'm looking at my own secret list.
Which if I only had better eyesight, I could see.
Yeah, that's why I have these glasses. It's House Bill 581. This is a defined contribution pension plan for new state employees. Okay. So it was my bill that was in ED&A, and the House tabled it. So that makes it fair game.
I thought I sent a message about the fact that I had 2 parts to my pension from the airline. One was defined benefit, and one was defined contribution. The defined benefit was funded at 7.5% of my salary. The defined contribution was funded at only 4%. After 30 years, when I took everything as a lump sum, 60% of the lump sum came from the 4%, the defined benefit. So good years in the stock market, you're much better off with defined benefit.
With defined contribution. But
Defined,
yes.
thank you, defined contribution, yes. Defined contribution.
So
I-
what this does is it makes this a new plan only for state employees who would normally be Group 1 and who start working as of January 1st, right? So it's nobody who is now working for the state. It's nobody who's working for municipalities or teachers or any of that. It would only be people who work for the state starting January 1st. They would no longer be part of the Group 1 regular retirement plan, but they would still, the system would still contribute to the unfunded liability of the Group 1 retirement plan. That's on this thing on line 28 of page 1. And so this is effectively no cost. Yes,
I had a
Representative
question.
Leishman. Yeah.
Thanks. You said the bill was tabled. Did it come out of the committee ITL and that's why it was tabled? Or
It was no recommendation.
No recommendation. Oh.
Right. And I can explain it's because committee member Representative Pearson was against.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It was a partisan bill with Representative Pearson against. Gotcha. It's my bill. And, but this is, the committee had an amendment, right? So this is with the committee amendment. It's with a slightly, my bill just said that these employees would put an identical amount into Group 1 retirement as other Group 1, to pay the unfunded liability as other Group 1s. The retirement system objected to that as something they would extra have to calculate, right? That they didn't want to do extra calculation. So what we decided to do was make it a fixed 10.11%, which is the calculation this year, all right? So presumably that's going to be sort of an overpayment to the unfunded liability over time, because presumably the unfunded liability will be going down, and so the amounts over time don't, will not be going up, right? So anyways, but we decided it was simpler to just put a fixed number in here. But other than that, it's, as far as I can tell, it's a zero cost bill. And especially because we have a hiring freeze right now, it'll take a while for people to get into this plan. Representative Brown.
This doesn't just apply to state employees, though.
Yes, it does.
Oh, I thought it was any municipal employee. Any person who becomes a political subdivision employee, teacher, permanent policeman, or permanent fireman,
Yes.
after the date of establishment, or who becomes a state employee, blah, blah, blah.
Right, right.
Oh,
So what you're reading on line 3 just there is the current definition of Group 1 of the standard retirement system, right? So we're changing it so that it used to say, we're changing it so the people who are political subdivision employees or state employees prior to January 1st are still in the standard group, standard system. Then on line 17, this is the new system, right? And so, or actually it's on line 21, I think it is. So if you go to the next page, it's on line, page 2, line 9, is for members, for people who begin service on or after January 1st. Right. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just looking at what happened on the House floor. It did come out, as you said, with no recommendation, but then it looks like Representative Osborne made the motion to lay it on the table, and it was done on a voice vote.
Yes. And that's when we had made the decision that I would offer it in this way. So, okay, yes, Representative
So,
Munn.
so just to make sure I understand, so, any employee hired after January 1st of 2026 would be enrolled in this program. On page 3, line 14, it talks about member contributions by member. So it says that anybody participating, so that new employee would have to contribute 7% of their pay.
Right, which is what people do now in Group 1.
It's a requirement, okay.
Yeah.
And then if you go down to line 22, it says the employers are required to match, to make a contribution of 2.42%.
Right, which is what we do now in Group 1.
Okay. And then the employer, in addition to that 2.42%, has to make a contribution of 10.11% towards the existing plan.
Unfunded liability,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
That's why you can see here why our existing plan is in such trouble, right? Because for every employee that we have now in Group 1, we're putting 9.42% of their salary into their own benefit. And we're putting 10.11% of their salary just to pay off our debt, right? I mean, it's crazy. Yes, Representative.
Is there, I don't, because I'm just getting this and scanning
Sure.
it, I don't see anything in here. Is there language in here that talks about the investment options that would be available to
Yeah,
members?
it's given, basically, it's going to be the same as what we have in our deferred payment plan, right? So we already have a plan right now where people can opt to, it's similar to a IRA. People can opt to save money via a deferred compensation plan. And that plan, I believe, currently has assets over $1 billion, right? So a lot of employees have opted to put money into it over the years. And so this plan will be run essentially by the same people who run that plan. They have options for various mutual funds and things like that. So, okay, let's find it here.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Representative Griffin.
Yeah, what is, how does this affect the municipalities?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, this is not about municipalities. It's only for state employees.
So
Personally, I would like municipalities to want to be in it, but we're starting, this is like the very smallest kind of baby step you could do in this direction. Investment of, so the investment stuff is on page 3, starting on line 25. And it's, you see this 100 RSA 101B, that's the deferred compensation plan, I believe.
hold on.
Yes, Representative Griffin.
Should a municipality decide to join, would they be able to join?
No, not yet, and not, So this is, like I said, this is just a start. In future years, the legislature might decide to open this up to other entities, okay? I mean, I think it would be good for them. I think this is good, just like the experience that Representative Weiler had. Carol and I have had a similar experience with our own retirement accounts, some being defined contribution, some being defined benefit. And by far, the defined contribution plans are better. And they're better not just because they happen to do well in the stock market, that kind of thing, but they're better for the employee in the sense that in Group 1 today, hardly anyone reaches 10 years of service, right? So a lot of people have earned a benefit and then they leave after 5 years or 2 years or 8 years, and they don't get that benefit. They get back the money they themselves put in a small amount of interest, but they don't get the actual growth of the corpus of their funds. They don't get the employer's contribution, right? That 2.4%, they lose that. And however that would have grown over time. And so it's a bad system for them. This system is much more what is common in retirement systems today in the corporate world, and it allows people tend to move from job to job. I mean, it's just natural. People have an average of seven different employers over their career, and the younger the people are, the bigger that number is. And so this allows people to keep they're vested on day one. They keep their money in either in this account, or they can put it in their own IRA account. And if, God forbid, they're hit by a bus at some point, this money is theirs, and it goes to their heirs, right? It's not like a defined benefit plan where you're in a pool with all the other members, right? Which the people who benefit tend to be the people who stay in that job for that employer the longest, which in our system tends to be group twos and teachers, and less so state employees, the people this would benefit. So anyways, that's my pitch, but.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Dan. Sorry, Chairman. So my phone started bouncing across the table here. And I have a text from Representative Pearson saying that the House Bill 581 adds $100 million to the pension debt. And then he goes on to say that the 10.1 was not established by the New Hampshire retirement system, so.
Okay, so we made a change from the version. First of all, I disagree with him that it adds to the pension debt. It does not. Okay, all these people are paying into the unfunded liability exactly as they would have had they been in Group 1. What it doesn't do, all right, is it doesn't steal their contribution from the ones that would work less than 10 years. Okay, so that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the system assumes, right, that people are going to quit after short periods of time, and therefore it gets to keep their money, all right? And so you're right, he's right in that sense. It doesn't take that money, and to some extent that's a loss. But the situation is, it shouldn't be taking that money, in my opinion. Okay, but the other thing is, like I said, the numbers that are in here are the numbers that someone today would get paid. So the cost to the state today in this budget is unchanged. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't disagree. I mean, I've benefited from that system, but my major issue is that this doesn't have an impact on our budget. And it was just tabled last week. And I would recommend, if this is such a great idea, I'm sure the House will take it off the table and give it a debate on the floor and a full House vote, which it deserves. But to slip this into HB2, to me, is disingenuous. I think it does a disservice to all of our colleagues in the House who should have a right to vote on it. This in particular, not just as part of HB2.
Okay.
I'll be voting against it.
I understand. Anyone else? No? All right, we're running out of time, so how about a vote? Okay? All right. So I've moved Amendment 1014 H, and seconded by Representative Griffin. All those in favor? Okay, I got 5. And opposed? 4. Very good. All right, thank you. So, I don't know if we have any time left for one more thing.
Let's try.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Do we have anything quick here?
Got 10 minutes.
We got 10 minutes. Okay. We did number 7, right?
I don't know, it's your.
Liquor licensing. Yes, we did number 7. Bureau of Trails. What's that one?
That was the Mills bill that DNCR came back with a change.
Oh, so we're not ready.
I mean, I have the amendment ready
Okay,
if you would like to look at it.
sure. Oh, is this Representative Ouellette's bill?
Oh, was it Oulette? That's who it was. I'm sorry. Representative Oulette?
Okay. Yeah, so this is a request from Representative Oulette. I guess it started as a bill, right? Or maybe not. I'm not sure. It's something he's working on with the Division of Bureau of Trails. And it had to do with the dates that trails are open or something like that. Yeah.
Because Fish and Game didn't want to have the extra time on that, so the Coas County thought it was so important, they got the sheriff to do it, so it kind of removed the money from the bill, is what he said.
Yeah.
If it's
So,
the same bill, I thought I waived it off.
no, I don't think so. This has to do with grants. That's what it is. Yeah. So currently, there's a grant program for that snowmobile. They take money from licensing, right, and they give it out to people working on maintaining and developing the trails, and so in the current law, the grant only gives 60% for two of these categories of equipment that they use to maintain the trails, and 80% for other categories. And so the amendment makes it 80% for everything. And I think the idea was there's no cost, right, Melissa? There's the amount of money available for the grant isn't changing here. It's just that what the grant can pay for is changing.
That's correct.
Yeah. So this was the request of these Representative Ouellette and others in Coas County, and I think he's been talking to the Bureau of Trails, and everybody likes it.
Mr. Chair, that's
Yeah.
what I wondered, whether DNCR had weighed in on this and if they had an opinion.
Yes, so we sent, Jack is getting off the printer right now, the original letter from Representative Oulette that I believe you guys have, but it's been a couple of weeks, and so I figured we would dust it off. We sent that sent the proposed language to DNCR. Representative Oulette kept it at, just talks about them changing it and keeping it at 60%. DNCR came back with what's in front of you. So this is actually DNCR's language in front of you, changing it to the 80% and changing it from grooming to maintenance.
So they've approved the
They have
amendment.
approved this. Yes.
That's always good.
Representative Rung.
Yeah, I support this because at my time on resources, I became pretty familiar with these trails and how much the state relies on these private ATV snowmobile clubs to maintain these trails and to maintain good relationships with private landowners who allow trails to cross their property. So I think supporting those programs is something we should get behind because it's in the state's best interest.
Okay. So who's moving this one? All right. Moved by House Amendment 1116 to House Bill 2, moved by Representative Rung and seconded by
I'll second it.
Representative Cambrels. All those in favor? Yeah, looks unanimous. Good. All right. So, all right. Is this a different one, or we already did this one? Solid waste surcharge.
That's all done.
That's all done.
You
All
can check
done.
that right off.
Very
Mr.
good.
Chair.
Okay. New Appeals Board. Oh, how about repealing the Human Rights Commission? Yeah. You like that one? Can we do it in 3 minutes?
I mean, you can.
I think we know how the votes will fall.
Okay.
perhaps. I mean,
All right, you want to hand that one out?
So I don't have that
Oh, you don't have
amendment.
it? Oh,
right.
it's got XXX.
It's got XXX. You can,
Okay.
though, vote on it and we can provide it after. This is a hefty one because it touched a lot of different RSAs, so.
Oh, I see.
But it would be nice to know which direction you're going in to stop other people from currently doing work that they're doing work on, because you had two
Okay.
options for this one, so.
All right, so.
If you think this is gonna work, it would save some.
Yeah,
time.
I mean, there's some details here, right? So, the Human Rights Commission had a really horrible performance audit, and we think people would be better off going to court than waiting around for them to get to their case. And so what this amendment does is it repeals them, saving, I don't know how much, 3 million or something, and it allows any current cases that are unfinished to go straight to court without any fees, right? And without any statute of limitations on maybe they're too late to go to court, but it allows them to go to court. So, and anyone, you wanted to say something? No.
I was going to say it might make sense to wait until we have the amendment.
Yeah, I
vote
think so.
on it.
Or you could get Mr. Weiler to come back.
I don't know what happened there.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
Yeah, it's 2 minutes since we're gonna be in the other room. So, all right, we will see you all on Friday, I guess.
I saw that he left.
You get the same, Joe.
Okay, very good. All right, we're closed for here. Thank you.